Dodgers Yankees. Reality for Freddie Freeman right here. Taylor the tying run. Edman the winning run. Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
The monster move to get Soto for this very moment to win a World Series this year.
2 on 2 out. Bonded to Wells with the 1-1 pitch. Wells bounces one towards the middle. Diving stop by Tommy Edman to save a run. He's been all over the place in this game, and no bigger plays than that one.
I mean, this guy's relentless. You knew the Dodgers valued him, and they were trying to get him forever. And when they made the trade for a guy who's been hurt most of that year, and now he's playing in such a role to not only be the MVP, but he can play center field, he can play shortstop, and he just saved a run.
So instead of a 3-1 Yankees lead, bases loaded for Alex Verdugo. 9-hitter for the Yanks, 1 for 2 today. First pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Verdugo looks like he waits as long as he can to pull the trigger of the bat. He just sits there, floats a little bit, and then lets it go.
2 hits and a walk have loaded him up, and now Verdugo takes a strike, 1-1. You know he'd love to do it to his old team. Traded him away from here in the Mookie Betts deal. And then traded from Boston to New York.
Really doesn't matter right now the year he's having. Right versus left pitcher, pretty much the same.
And a 1-1 from this lefty Banda. Verdugo fouls it off, and it's 1-2.
Well, that was his pitch, and he's going to know that he just missed a golden opportunity. For Banda, he's going to have to sweep this breaking ball way off the plate like he did against Rizzo. Leaving another one in the zone will be not so good for the Dodgers.
Bases loaded, 2 out. Alex Verdugo down on a high fastball. Yankees lead for the first time 2-1 as Tommy Edman leads off this 6th against Garrett Cole and takes inside, ball 1.
Well, just like Jack Flaherty, Garrett Cole's fastball command has been outstanding.
Deadline, what a player he's been for these Dodgers. Do you consider bunting just to make sure you don't ground into a double play?
No, because then they're just going to. I get it. In theory, you walk Ohtani and then you pitch to Mookie Betts. But in this situation right here, a walk was the one thing you didn't want to have by Cousins, because now it creates even Edman the winning run. He can hit a home run. We've already seen it. So you're at stress level that you don't want to be in a 1-run game in extra innings, knowing who's on deck, but you got to take care of who's in the box right now.
And as you were talking about with the Yankees in the top of this inning, always got to have your eyes on those base runners against relievers. Lux has good speed. First pitch. Wow, strike 1. Carlos Torres has been all over the place.
Well, that side of the plate been a little more lenient.
Tying run at first, winning run at the plate.
this game's had it all, man. If you're not involved in this game as a teammate, your stomach's in knots. You actually feel better when you're in the game, but when you're watching and there's nothing you can do, man, you're rooting for the best outcome, but it's a torture.
On an 0-1. That is on the inside corner. So Edman is down 0-2. His Cousins gets a call on both sides.
Well, now what that does is put a lot of stress on Edmonds on a breaking ball on either side of the plate, right? The best place to go right now is a down and in slider to force the action now that Edmonds seen both sides of the plate a strike call. So he really can do whatever he wants. You just don't want the breaking ball in the zone against Edman.
Drop slow. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And again, the best stress would have been where that fastball was called. If you imagine starting a breaking ball on that plane, it would have put Edmonds in a total panic, thinking and trying to recognize if it's a strike or not.
Jay Cousins to Tommy Edman with a 1-2 and a ground ball right side under Oswaldo Cabrera. Luck stumbles as he rounds second and gets back to the bag. A base hit for Tommy Edman. Tying run in scoring position. Winning run aboard. And a once. As it was on an October night 36 years ago, a hobbled Game 1 hero for the Dodgers. Freddie Freeman with a walk-off grand slam to win Game 1 of the World Series 6-3 over the Yankees.
Unbelievable. Went up there looking for a pitch. He got it. There's just no way to describe. I mean, there's just no way to describe it.
Would you say you don't believe what you just saw?
Yeah.
They retire Ohtani. They walk Betts. And Freddie Freeman, who hadn't had an extra base hit in a month before today, legged out a triple in his first at-bat. And he ends this game jumping on the first pitch and launching a no-doubt grand slam that they'll talk about for ages. Down to the field with Ken Rosenthal.
Freddie, grand slam, walk-off in a World Series game.
Yeah.
Where does that moment rank for you?
And Garrett Cole for preventing runs from scoring with runners in scoring position.
Well, the Dodgers' first 2 rounds hit about 300 with runners in scoring position. 0 for 6 tonight. And 0 for 5 the last 2 innings.
Yeah.
Vesia, who is a key part of the Division Series roster, wasn't on the Championship Series roster because of an injury. One of the best relievers in the National League the last couple of years. Comes home to Chisholm with a 1-2 pitch.
Yeah, so tough on lefties. He's falling towards third base, but his stuff is just so tough to pick up for left-handed batters.
Got a fastball by him. Well, 1 gone in this 8th inning. Came at Yankee Stadium back in June. Carlos Rodon's pitched well in this postseason. Before the series shifts back to New York for the middle 3 games. Rizzo here with the bases empty and 1 away.
You know, they did a tribute to Fernando Valenzuela, and what I got a chance to see him up close. He was one of the most unique pitchers, beloved. Sad to lose him the way that we have in Dodger country. Obviously, getting to see one of the greatest left-handed pitchers be so unique, and people don't know he could hit.
Yeah,
I mean, he could hit, and he comes in with a 8-0 record. Look at that. I mean, that is insane to break in to the league in 1981.
Surprise starter on that opening day because several other guys got injured, so he said, yeah, I'll take the ball, and pitched a shutout. 7 complete games out of those first 8 starts. Began with that surprise shutout on opening day and ended against the Yankees in the World Series in 1981 with that wonderful performance he had in Game 3 to turn that series. He was on short rest and threw 147 pitches on a day where he didn't have his best stuff. Gave up some runs early on in the game. And Fernando said that looking back was his most special moment. That Game 3 where it wasn't his prettiest line, but where he dug deep and helped turn that series.
Well, he's so unique. He looked to the sky before he would throw, and it was really one of the first left-handed screwballs that nobody could understand or see or feel for the longest time. And he will be missed, but forever Dodger lore.
Payoff to Rizzo.
I don't know. Again, that's stuff you are 5 years old in the backyard right there, and that's a dream come true. But that's only one. We got 3 more.
Going up to the plate against Cortez, what's on your mind? First pitch.
Trying to be on time.
Turn that season against that crew.
Just to remind people how important this game is for the Dodgers and the Yankees. The Dodgers have used a lot of resources. If they come back and win, it's all good. If they don't come back and win, those resources have to be pushed to the limit.
3-2 Yankees to the bottom of the 10th, and Jake Cousins on. Buckling the knees of Will Smith.
Well, you know what Cousins knows. He knows who's batting 4th. You don't want anybody to get on base.
For the heater, it's all you can try and do. Be on the heater closer to you. Try and push, leave the cutter and slider away, and I was on time for the heater.
Now, it was nice you didn't have to run hard. How was your ankle? You legged out a triple earlier in the game.
Yeah, I actually felt pretty good. The last 6 days, we treated it really well. I've been feeling pretty good, so right when I ran out to give high fives to my teammates, I felt pretty good because that was the first time I ran all week. So ankle's good.
You ran over to your dad after hitting that home run.
Yeah.
What did you say to him?
I was just screaming in his face. I'm sorry, Dad. Yeah, he's been there since I was a little boy, throwing batting practice to me every day. So this isn't my moment. That's my dad's moment.
It's been such a tough year for you, physically, off the field with your son. Freddie, how gratifying is it just to get this done for your team?
Yeah, pretty gratifying. This ranks up there pretty high. It's pretty incredible. So it's been a long 3 months, but these fans here, when I came back that first game, they showed love. I'm just glad I was able to reciprocate tonight.
Freddie, congratulations. Thank you very much.
The pitcher rarely is happy when your first baseman is running like that to catch a ball. But he is appreciative. You got to get those kind of outs. You can't let soft fly balls fall in.
Now, both these veteran first basemen making impacts in this game, although hobbled. Freddie Freeman on the bad ankle had a triple in the first inning. One of the best hitters of this generation, model of consistency, 300 hitter for his career, and a model of dependability too. If he misses games, you know the injury's serious. He had missed 2 games total his first 2 years in LA.
Well, the one thing about sports, we'll never know about everybody because no one's going to tell you what.
Which added an extra 90 feet here with the ear on Torres.
Yeah, so you can only argument you can make is maybe Rizzo could have been in the middle of the field. The pitcher's over at third base backing up a possible triple. Now the ball's in no man's land, and Ohtani is able to pick it up at the right time. This short hop, maybe you get in front of it, but not getting that ball blocked ultimately allowed Ohtani to get to third.
So, John, you've got a mistake right there on a middle infielder for the Yankees. Cost New York a run. 3 innings ago, Tommy Edman, a diving stop on a ball he had no business getting to save a run. The defense, the invisible hand, the difference in this game at this point.
Well, and this, because you're so tightly contested between 2 teams, those are going to be the little things that people forget could cost you or win you a World Series.
Alex Verdugo, 2-1. Now, 1-2-3 inning here would be extra nice for Michael Kopech. You avoid facing Soto and Judge this inning, and you have a chance to not have to face him until tomorrow if you can get a run in the bottom of the 9th. Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy, Kike Hernandez, Dua. Here's a half swing and a roller left side. Muncy's got it 2 away. So we showed the air the bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the 6th, Tommy Edman with 2 outs. This diving play.
74% strike percentage against a really good offense.
So if tonight's game ends in a walk-off, Capital One will donate an additional $10,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation as part of the Capital One walk-off program. To date, Capital One has donated more than $1 million to the foundation to support its programs and initiatives. Ball and a strike on Edman. There's ball 2.
And I feel like since the first inning, Garrett Cole's fastball has gotten better and better. The first inning it was flat. The Dodgers hit some rockets and got some outs. But ever since then, whatever adjustments he's made and sitting back on that back leg and throwing that fastball more effectively.
That's down the line and a fair ball from Tommy Edman. NLCS MVP, valuable again in Game 1 of the World Series. A leadoff double, tying run in scoring position for Ohtani.
This guy just keeps doing it. Fastball inner half that he pulls down the line. And this time it's a double. I thought we were going to get our 3rd triple. And now for the first time really, that's only the 3rd hit for the Dodgers. So there hasn't been a ton of traffic for Garrett Cole. But we talked about the bottom of the order, creating stress for the top of the order for the opposing pitcher. I'd say it's here out of play.
Alex Verdugo has made a couple plays. He had a diving catch to end the bottom of the 9th. And here he goes into the first row of seats to get Shohei Ohtani. And he gets up and throws this ball in.
Well, that's
that ball once he's out of play. Waved off Aaron Boone and the training staff. And somewhat fittingly here, you know, with all the talk about Shohei Ohtani, you now have Mookie Betts coming to the plate. And they may put him on and take their chances with Freddie Freeman. But again, all the talk about the superstar at the top of the order. These guys, these former MVPs themselves, a lot of chances funneled to them. And the bases will be loaded here for Freddie Freeman with the Dodgers down 3-2 and down to their last out in Game 1.
Well, the good news here for Dodgers is Freddie Freeman doesn't necessarily have to do anything but get a single and jog to first. But beating something out in the ground will be limited because of his ankle.
Yeah, the kind of at-bat that every kid that plays baseball dreams of one day having. You tell yourself, right, all right, bottom of the 10th, bases loaded, World Series, 1-run game. Package that he is. And an 0-2 from Cole. Betts watches it break away.
Great pitch. And yeah, you're so right, because Mookie and his previous team played one of the hardest right fields in all of baseball, right? I mean, Fenway Park has got that huge, and he's such an elite defender. But the amazing part is he went to shortstop.
Yeah.
He was playing shortstop most of the year. He can do it all. He's gone to second. He has such an ability to affect the game both at the plate and on the field.
From 0-2 to 2-2. Always disciplined Betts. Cole fires, and Betts pokes it down the right field line. On comes Soto, still coming. And Rizzo over the shoulder makes the grab.
Oh,
lost the hat to get a little better view right there. And pump of the fist, fired up that he was able to pull that one in.
This is such a hard play. Big first baseman running out there back towards the catcher right now.
How about the rampage Ohtani's been on in these clutch situations? 18 of his last 23 with runners in scoring position. Ohtani pops it foul, strike one. Fly to center his first time, struck out his second time. This is what he always wanted, a chance to play in the postseason. Didn't get that in his 6 seasons with the Angels. First season with the Dodgers, first postseason, and now first World Series. Bounced over the mound. It showed Volpe. Close play in time.
Wow. I mean, Look, for those of you who haven't seen Ohtani play, he can fly. The stolen bases are only one aspect that tells the story, but he gets down the line about as fast as anybody. But watch the arm and the late velocity that Volpe throws when he gets to Rizzo.
Volpe's been so good defensively in his 2 years up. Here's the same situation the Dodgers cashed in on last inning. Runner at third, one away, infield pulled in. Mookie Betts at the plate with a chance to tie this game. And a first pitch curve for a strike.
Well, typically most pitchers with the infield in are going to pitch out of the stretch, but Cole feels best out of the windup. The reason you pitch out of the stretch, you hold the runner at third. So the Dodgers have a choice here. I don't think they're going to be going on contact because you got Freddie Freeman behind you. With the infield in, when you go on contact, as soon as the bat makes contact to the ball, you take off no matter where it's hit. I think they're going to wait to see if it goes through to send Edman.
Mookie Betts swings and misses. Good pitch from Cole.
There's that breaking ball that just top to bottom disappears.
Have the top of the Yankees order coming up very soon. Wells is the 8-hitter. You got Flaherty looking good, but Dave Roberts always aggressive with that bullpen. Both starters in game one up to the challenge, up to the honor. Game one of the World Series. Wells, who grounded out his first time, waits on this 1-2. And forever player coming up.
Well, this breaking ball was in the zone too long. Cabrera doesn't make the play, and luckily Lux, who fell down, was able to get back to the bag. This would have been a devastating out at second.
So which one of those lefties does Aaron Boone choose to go to? He's got Hill and Cortez both ready for Ohtani. Who will it be? Nestor Cortez, who's not pitched in a month. How about this for a soft landing? Go in there and face Shohei Ohtani with a World Series Game 1 on the line. What theater here in Los Angeles?
Because Nestor Cortez, a starter that is going to be in a role to get two of the biggest outs and not having any action for 37 days.
Woo. You got a pinch runner at second, Chris Taylor. Arms in the outfield really good, especially Verdugo on left. So here we go. What an opportunity this is for Shohei Ohtani and for baseball fans all over the world. His first trip to the postseason, his first trip to the World Series. And in the 10th inning of game one, he's got a chance to be the hero.
Well, unless he hits a bullet at an infielder, it's almost impossible to double him up. So you got two chances to tie the game or take the lead if you figure Mookie Betts is definitely getting up in this inning.
First one from Cortez is lifted to left field. Verdugo runs over and makes the grab. Did he hold on? He did. Alex Verdugo makes the grab. He goes out of play, so the runners will get 90 feet, but they get Ohtani on one pitch.
This is an incredible catch, going full speed and making the catch. And then going out of play and throwing the ball from.
Flaherty's gone from that 5 ERA last year to the best he's been in years this year. 13-7. ERA right around 3. Signed a 1-year contract with the Tigers. Traded over here to the Dodgers just minutes before the deadline. And where would LA be had they not made that deal? Probably not here. Back-to-back Ks on swings and misses.
Well, to show you how uncharacteristically it is for the Dodgers to see a starter go this far, coming into the postseason, they did not average They didn't even average 4 innings out of their starters. We're just a click below 5 innings for the Yankees. So that's the disparity that coming into this postseason, people were talking about. How does Dave Roberts navigate the World Series when you don't get length out of your starters? Well, first question has been asked and answered tonight.
Away to Alex Verdugo, ball 1. Championship series on both sides. There was not a single game where both pitchers went 5 innings.
It's crazy how it worked out. But you're seeing a confidence and a rhythm of a pitcher that typically wasn't there in the last start, and the bullpen had to cover a lot of those innings.
Single and a run scored for Soto.
We could save so much time in the future and just start Soto with a 3-2 count every time he comes up.
Payoff. Another payoff. Soto pops it up. Tommy Edman with an easy play. 2 up and 2 down for Gratterall.
And he's responsible for some World Series championships out of it.
Yeah, he's already sort of helped one team win the World Series. He was the return to the Yankees in the Aroldis Chapman deal in 2016. Chapman went to the Cubs, helped them break the curse. Top prospect of the Cubs at that point. It's a big old bounce left side. Muncy somehow gets it on a short hop and a heck of a play by the Dodger third baseman.
Right now, nobody.
Verdugo just past Edman into center field for a 2-out base hit. Alex Verdugo singles just by the shortstop Edman, and they get the top of the order to the plate here.
Verdugo stays back and goes the other way. Edman's been busy already.
So 2-out single for Verdugo, and up comes Gleyber Torres. Hit it hard both times. Lined out his first time, had an infield hit his second time up. And there's a front door curveball for a strike.
Torres has done a much better job this year at cutting down his swings and misses. He was in a bad funk the last couple years, and now looks more like the guy that many people have traded for.
Goals. He steals second, he steals third, and he scores on a ball that doesn't leave the infield. 3-2 Yankees in the 10th.
Went with the sinker, almost an incredible play. And right here, Edman says, my only chance is to turn 2, but he didn't come up with the ball clean enough. They went with the sinker after all the swings and misses on the breaking ball. And Volpe was ready.
Anthony Volpe, the go-ahead RBI. Tommy Edman that close to making another spectacular play.
And he's going to steal second. So he's there with a bonus run now here in the extra innings. He will steal second, or at least attempt to steal second in this at bat.
Well, the Yankees have shown off a little bit of everything tonight, haven't they? The monstrous home run from Stanton, and then here the speed on the bases, which is something they've lacked in recent years. But they get that from Chisholm, getting him at the deadline, and he's in to score as Volpe puts it in play.
Again, going back to the stolen base to third. That was such a big play because now it put Dave Roberts' infield in. That would have been a routine ground ball double play, of course, if they were at least halfway or all the way back.
Austin Wells, there goes Volpe first pitch, and it's still not in time. Yankees running wild, 3 steals in this 10th against Trinan.
In the postseason, when the pressure is at the greatest, you can't shy away from doing something that the other team gives you. In this series, there are a lot of pitchers who cannot hold runners. You must take the extra base because that just adds to the narrative of pressure. And now a bloop or a single gets you an added run.
From the catcher Wells, who's 1 for 4 today. 6 of his last 78 back to the regular season. On an 0-1. Takes high. So the Yankees get a run against Blake Trinan, who had given up just 1 run the last 2 months. This is what they did against the Guardians, too. Got to that bullpen. That was one of the best bullpens in baseball all year, statistically the best. And the Yankees out. Here's his 1-2 pitch. Betts lines it to center field. It's Judge to pull it in, but it's tied as Mookie Betts drives in Shohei Ohtani. On a pair of sacrifice flies, the Dodgers have just enough. Tied at 2 in the 8th.
Well, that low fastball that got called for a strike, it was a low changeup that Betts went down to get and smoked it to center field. Great at bat. And this pitch down, but see how he keeps his head down. And Betts pumped up. Game 1 of the World Series.
One of the great duos in the game combined to tie it at 2. Freddie Freeman. What a game this has been.
All those opportunities the Dodgers had wasted, they did not waste that one. The speed of Ohtani, the power, and putting the ball in play to the right part of the field for Mookie Betts.
Now Freddie Freeman, who has tripled in this game, flies it to center field. Judge has it spotted. The call, the catch, and 8 innings in the books in game 1. An error moved Ohtani up to 3rd, and then Mookie Betts tied the game with a sacrifice fly. 2-2 to the 9th, and Michael Kopech, who's another one of those high risk, high reward plays here. He can be wild. Misses with the first pitch.
RPM early, fastball 100 miles an hour, but can he get it down? He comes into the game. Sometimes it's locked and loaded and he's untouched. But then there's times where the command and the fastball doesn't go exactly where he's intended. Then something locks in with a man on or 2, and then he gets right back in the strike zone.
The regular season, postseason combined after coming over from the White Sox. 5-0 with a 1.23 ERA. Part of a huge deadline day. Brought him Tommy Edman. Brought him today's starting pitcher Jack Flaherty. It's Austin Wells leading off this 9th inning for the Yankees. Bounces one to second for Gavin Lux. One gone in the 9th. And we look back at Ohtani's double.
Legged out an extra 90 feet, and the swing looked good too.
Dave, how much fun are you having right now? Knowing it's stressful, but how much fun?
I'm having a blast, Kenny. I'm not showing it very much, but I'm having a blast. This is what you live for, and I'm excited for the players. I'm excited for the fans.
Dave, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I think everybody feeling the same way. These iconic franchises waiting and waiting and waiting, and for so long it was a formality that they were going to meet before too long with 11 matchups in a 40-year span. 43 years since, though. Lux lifts this ball to right center field. Juan Soto drifting back for the first out of the 3rd.
Well, and both franchises have such iconic history and players, right? You're going to have your Sandy Koufax, of course, here in L.A., Reggie Jackson, so many people who have factored into this incredible matchup that's 43 years in the making, which is hard to believe.
And it's two franchises, always World Series or bust, and that feeling is as strong as ever for both these teams. You get the drought the Yankees have gone through. They got their stars in their prime. You have 1 year of Soto guaranteed. You don't know beyond this year. Not too far from Yankee Stadium, and the tradition in Japan has become breakfast and baseball. It's 9:57 in Japan tomorrow morning. Yeah, they are watching the Dodgers and Yankees. Game 5 of the division series, it was Yamamoto against Darvish. It was the most watched major league game ever in Japan. And you figure those numbers are going to get shredded in this fall classic.
Yeah, well, first pitch fastball that he almost hit out of the ballpark. Let's see what Garrett Cole tries to slow him down on the first pitch, or if he goes right back up there. He elevates a lot of fastballs against Shohei. Through a cutter, so good choice of pitches. Looks like a fastball, but then is able to not square it up and follow it off. For Shohei Ohtani, there's no one real great way to get him out. But what you have to do, and what the Padres did, is slow away, then up and in, trying to get his eyes in 2 different places. And there's the changeup for Slow. Because he's so good at handling the fastball in the zone and can go to all fields for power, you have to get him to see velocity at some point, but then that velocity becomes harder after seeing a changeup.
Takes that cutter upstairs. He's ahead 2-1. After the Padres really pitched him tough, he set a postseason record against the Mets, reached base 17 times, including a couple home runs in that series. No score, bottom 3, bases empty, 2 away, and a 2-1 pitch to Shohei Ohtani. Oh boy, had one right there.
We were joking when we came out into the postseason. We were just like, I wonder if Shohei's going to be nervous, never being in the postseason. Well, he answered that question an astounding no.
It's funny, the press conference right before the first game of the postseason, because this is his first time in the playoffs. They asked him, "Are you nervous?" And before the interpreter could interpret, he said, "Nope." Understand it in perfect English. Didn't want to wait around to get that translation. Swings and misses. Cole breaks off a nasty curve to finish him off. Well, what a difference. After giving up 8 runs in 3 innings in his last start, no runs in 3 innings here in Game 1 of the World Series. And the hometown kid delivers to another one, and Giancarlo Stanton, ball 1. Stanton reached on an air his first time after his 4 home run championship series. Yeah, lifts a fly ball to right field for Mookie Betts. 1 out in the 4th. Here, Tommy Edman takes a strike. Dodgers, the recent postseason disappointments. You bring in Ohtani. And so you've got those World Series or bust expectations in this head-to-head collision. These teams having broken through to get here, but now 4 wins away from a parade. A ball and a strike on Edman.
And in a game where the young player has had such an impact and been so great, these are the 2 oldest rosters, basically the 2 oldest rosters in the league. And a lot of veterans, a lot of guys who have been through the battle.
Cole comes home with a 2-1. Tommy Edman pops it up. Right side of the diamond. Rizzo the call and the catch. So 2 gone in this 3rd inning as Ohtani comes to the plate. This truly is a World Series. Billy's Sports Bar in New York with 2 teams this good at that patience and power combo. And I would think for a pitcher, this is extra hard work.
Sure is. I mean, you got to basically approach every hitter like a 9th inning batter.
Little pop-up, foul ground. Jazz Chisholm runs over there and makes the grab. So they get Muncy for the first out of the 2nd. Let's meet the umpiring crew. Big deal for these guys as well in the World Series. Mark Carlson has been in the World Series a couple times, but he's the crew chief for the first time. And Carlos Torres calls balls and strikes.
See, this guy at the plate right now, you have to be on alert. He wants to swing at the first pitch. And if you're going to throw a first pitch fastball, it better be away, because we know the electricity in his bat, the 15 home runs in the.
Well, if tonight's game ends in a walk-off, Capital One will donate an additional $10,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation as part of the Capital One walk-off program. To date, they've donated more than $1 million to the foundation to support its programs and initiatives.
I'd be careful on a first pitch fastball to Judge here from Gratterall. I know he struck out 3 times.
Ooh, what's a fastball?
Man, when a guy is struggling, the last thing you want to do is get him going on the first pitch. Now, he got away with it, but this pitch was right down the middle. You want to keep spinning the ball to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, it's shot through the middle. Base hit on a fastball.
Yeah, that's just not being in the moment right now, because you missed a lot of time and paying attention to how the other hitters were getting him out. And you never know what's going to get a hitter going. After 3 strikeouts, he hits a fastball, although being in the park, probably over 100 miles an hour through the middle of the infield.
You know, as overpowering as the stuff seems from Gratterall, he's unconventional because there's very little swing and miss. Yeah, and a 2-out base runner here. Now he's got to face Stanton. 2-run home run his last time up. Each of his last 5 hits have been met. Garrett Cole in his first World Series start with the Yankees, just 1 base runner over 4 innings. Max Muncy leads off the 5th and takes strike 1 on a fastball. Muncy coming off a record-setting championship series, reached base 17 times. Bunts this one foul, and it's 0-2. We've seen a couple big hitters square around a bunt.
Yeah, Muncy, if he has one issue against right-handed pitching, it's that big curveball that he'll swing over the top. He likes to stay in the zone with his bat, and the curveball gives him issues because it's in the zone top to bottom a long time.
See what Cole goes with on this 0-2. Turns it back up with a fastball.
Pitching's all about creating illusions to the hitter. You want him to think in an area and then trick him with another pitch, thinking it's going in that area, but moves away from it.
Got him to chase the fastball.
Loves that pitch.
A strike on Kike Hernandez. Garrett Cole, another guy pitching for his favorite team. He grew up in Southern California, but he took after his dad, Mark, who's from Syracuse and a lifelong Yankees fan. This is the first game that he's pitched in the World Series for the Yankees, but the first one that he went to was as a fan in the World Series in 2001 in Arizona. He's sitting there as a young kid. Quickly ahead of Kike Hernandez, 0-2.
You've heard me say this before. When pitchers are in a zone like this, it's fun to pitch because you're not waiting in between too long. But you know what the downside is? You're not getting any runs either to work with. So pitching in a game locked.
Fly ball, well hit left center field. Colby Thomas moving over, and neither of them can find it in the lights. Diaz going to push for second. He'll get there. And Trammell trots home to score.
Well, I know there's been a lot of excitement in the ballpark tonight. A lot of good things have gone your way. But you got to finish the ball game. I think you're right. It looks like a couple defenders just sort of lost track of the baseball.
That'll go down as an RBI double. And the pitcher, Cooper Hummel, is up. Strike one on the inside corner. As we speak, I know you have quite a few contacts in the game. I'm getting a boatload of texts talking about Kurtz, and they say all the same thing. You just witnessed history.
Yeah. I mean, an incredible night.
Baseball world has been put on notice.
You sure have. Loudly.
Popped up and out of play. There's a new first baseman on the scene. He's the DH tonight, and he hails from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He's 6'5", 240 pounds, 22 years old.
And I know there's a Hall of Fame slugger himself by the name of Jim Thome, who is probably watching tonight. Organizations doing great work all across Sacramento. Select nonprofits will receive game tickets, a shout out at the ballpark, social media recognition, and more. Plus a donation from the A's Community Fund. If you're a 501c3 serving the Sacramento region, apply today at athletics.com/donation.
Caratini sends a charge to center, but not deep enough. Caught by Butler, 2 down. Here comes John Singleton in place of Christian Walker. I know you love the ocean, and for the Athletics, it has been a whale of a game offensively.
Well, a tsunami of offense, Chris.
Pitch high, 1 ball and no strikes. Singleton started last night as the DH went 0 for 4. He'll hit the other way. Backhanded dive by Wilson. Gets to his feet. Throws to first, and they got him. From offense to defense. Leather larceny by Jacob Wilson. That'll end the 6th. A's lead by 8.
Up 0-0. In the perfect world, you'd love to get through 6, and then your team gets that bonus run, and a jolt of energy goes through your body.
He looks so calm, too, like he's hardly sweating.
That's a good sign.
Dodgers have not put much stress on him. Just the triple from Freeman back in the 1st. Struck out Hernandez with a high fastball the first time. High fastball is punched towards the right field corner. Soto on the move, won't get there. Extra bases for Kike Hernandez. Headed for third with a second Dodger triple to this ball game.
Well, he might have gone up there with an idea to hit a high fastball, because that's exactly what he did, and he didn't try to pull it. Now, if Soto maybe could do this over again, he would have played this for a double. But there's the high fastball away. He goes with it. Perfect head down, barrel to the bat. But then once this ball gets by Soto, he can't slow down. And he can't get back to the ball in time to prevent it from being a triple.
So now the infield comes in behind Garrett Cole. Runner at third, one away. Will Smith at the plate. Will Smith has more sacrifice flies than any player in baseball the last 5 years. How you pitching him in this situation?
Well, he got the first pitch by him, and that was the one that you got to establish, and then you got to start breaking the pitches away if you don't go in with a fastball, because Will Smith's looking for something up to lift. And that's the perfect pitch. The fact that he didn't swing at it, you can be frustrated if you're Cole, but you just know that that's the pressure you put on a hitter. That looks like a fastball, and it just was such a good pitch, it freezes Smith.
The 1-1. Will Smith lifts it to right field. Soto's over. He makes the catch.
I mean, Nick Kurtz's name is all over the leaderboards. And the idea that he is positioned where he's at in some of these categories, understanding that, you know, it's essentially 100+ at bats fewer than everybody else that he's chasing in some of these categories.
It gets even more impressive considering he was 1 for 15 with 11 strikeouts entering play tonight as a designated hitter. Well, that stat line has completely changed with a 4 for 4 night so far. 3 extra base hits, 2 of them being homers, and 4 runs scored, as well as 4 runs batted in. 3-2 fouled away.
Well, coming into tonight, Chris, there were 32 first basemen in baseball with at least 250 plate appearances as a first baseman. Nick Kurtz, well, he's got 265 coming into tonight. Weighted runs created plus of 163, first in all of baseball. Hard hit rate, first.
Payoff pitch in the dirt. Soderstrom walks. And now first and second for Jacob Wilson.
And that hard hit rate, 44.1%, as I told you, best in baseball. 622 slugging percentage for Nick Kurtz, the best in baseball. His 982 OPS, Chris, the best in baseball. 19 home runs.
3 balls and 2 strikes. And you see it. Mets and Phillies tied for first at 59 and 44. Miami is the third place team.
Well, it almost makes you feel like, hey, Soto, you're going to go get Bryce Harper. You're going to go get Kyle Schwarber. Do not let them reach base. Sound good?
How about the month of July that JT Realmuto has had, too? He's really heating up at the plate. Last time I checked, he was in the 370s for the month of July. Schumann now taking strike 1.
And home runs.
2-seam fastball, a lot of movement, but that less swing and miss out of Graterol.
Swing and a miss right there. Rustar Gratterall, who had the #1 ERA in baseball last year, at a 1.20 ERA, injured most of this season. Trying to give him a jolt here in the World Series. His 0-2.
Boy, what a count this would be for Judge to go on a 2-2 count. 1-2 count, sorry, 2 outs.
Road out of the yard was 86 miles an hour right on a tee. How about a sody pop to quench your thirst? Touched.
Fans in Houston must not like the carbonation.
Yeah, they're a little frustrated right now.
How about Soderstrom and Kurtz each homering in this game, right? Soderstrom obviously did more than enough to earn the starting position at first base, has had to move across to a different position with Kurtz and his ascent. And now Soderstrom continuing to perform offensively. I mean, this is quite an impressive thing to see. Two guys that play the position at a high level. Soderstrom still learning how to play left and doing a great job over there, but two very legitimate the first time.
Just take a look at how easy this comes. All right, change up a way that he stays on, and it's really just a poke of the bat. I mean, that is just a flip of the wrist. And again, that looks like it comes off the bat of a...
34-year-old in his 12th big league season. Home with a payoff to Smith. And he got him with a fastball. No score, on to the third. Jack Flaherty goes back to work. Top of the Yankees order. Gleyber Torres swings at the first pitch. Diving stop deep in the hole from Tommy Edman. Long throw, not in time, and an infield hit from Torres.
I mean, regardless of this outcome, what a play by Edmonds. That's so deep in the hole. After making a bad hop error, he makes an almost incredible play. Now I'm interested as Soto comes to the plate, Joe. He's been so patient. At some point he's going to come out of that patience and try to drive a first pitch and try to shock the system of where everybody knows he is. He won't chase too often and he won't be aggressive too often. You got to pick your spots if you're Soto.
First one from Flaherty, popped out of his hand, ball one. Sent the Yankees here with that pennant-winning home run, an at-bat that Aaron Boone said was an at-bat for the ages, and kind of a snapshot of the beautiful hitter that he is. Fouled off 4 pitches in a row, waited for that fastball and drilled it to end that series. Ball and a strike.
So that side of the plate is where there's going to be an inch or two.
Yeah, it's kind of been all over. I know mostly tight, but there have been a few that have been a few inches off that he's given pitchers. Juan Soto on his 26th birthday, one of the best young hitters the game has ever seen. And that is him at his best right there.
Well, it is, and he definitely locks in. But at some point for Jack Flaherty, he's got to pick his spot to show him slow, 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 and speed him up at some point on the outside part of the plate.
Behind the plate, and the right-handed starter Ryan Gusto on the mound.
Well, we saw Jose Altuve out in the outfield, now back in a position that I think everybody is familiar with seeing him in, a position he is very familiar with, and that's at second base. Well, we're just waiting to get some folks off the diamond, off the playing surface, and Home plate umpire Scott Berry will fire it up and get this party started.
So Gusto versus Cortez. Right-hander, compact windup and pitch, and it swung through and missed. We are underway in Houston. We know about Carlos Cortez in the minor leagues, 322, 17 home runs and 77 batted in across 71 games, the AAA Las Vegas. There's strike two, 0-2 quickly, but he made an immediate impact in his first career start last night, collecting a sacrifice fly RBI, the first of his major league career, then an outfield assist, the first of his major league career, followed up by his.
Here comes Hernandez. Here comes Soto's throw. Bang, bang, but he's in safe. And the Dodgers have broken through in the fifth. Will Smith, so reliable through the years, gets the job done, scoring Kike Hernandez. Dodgers have the game's first run.
Well, a good pitch and a great piece of hitting. He may not have a lot of hits in the postseason. He's got walks, and you talk about his timely sac flies, putting the ball in play. That's what these teams do so well.
And that's the part of it that we haven't touched on as much. Yeah, there's the power and there's the walks, but they marry that with the ability to put the ball in play. Lux or two-way takes the ball. Because a lot of times you see teams that are going to sell out for that power. They'll take their walks, but it comes with the strikeouts. You don't win championships if the strikeouts are part of the equation.
No, you don't. You don't at all.
Anthony. They got the guy at the plate who has risen to the occasion time and again in this postseason. Below average hitter during the regular season in his career, a monster in October.
Well, it's not impossible that he squares around and bunts.
Yankees certainly think so. Rizzo's about halfway to the plate.
And the reason I say that, if a guy's struggling to throw strikes and you square around, it's a nightmare for the pitcher because he sees the barrel of the bat over the plate. And as a bunter, you can recognize strikes easier that way than if you're in your full stance. So it'll be interesting to see what Dave Roberts asks Kike Hernandez to do right here.
I mean, Rizzo's about to come into this screen right here. He's so close. He still lays it down, and it's perfect. Wells to first in time. Anthony Rizzo is like 30 feet from home, and Hernandez deadens it along third to advance the runners to second and third.
Well, a great scenario here for another guy that has shown you he can put the ball in play and drive in a run. Perfect bunt. And a good play by the Yankees to defend it.
Now, what year is this, John? We got starting pitchers going into the seventh. We got sacrifice bunts getting dropped down. Tie and run 90 feet away. Middle infield back. Will Smith pops it up on the infield, and Anthony Volpe will put it away. 2 gone. Huge out for Clay Holmes.
Huge out, and that shows you how much his sinker moves. That ball was going to be squared up by Smith, but the late movement gets that perception of where he thinks the ball's going to be and just eats him alive. Gets inside of the barrel on the handle, and temporarily a gigantic out for Clay Holmes.
And now he'll face Gavin Lux. So Smith, who was able to get the job done with the sacrifice fly in the 5th inning, unable to do it here. Looks like that may actually be it for Holmes. Aaron Boone's coming out of that dugout. Tommy Canley. Gavin Lux is due next. It's righty-lefty, but with his changeup, they like him in that matchup. Yankees 2, Dodgers 1. Tying run 90 feet away. Go-ahead run in scoring position. Back in a moment. Dodgers have Hernandez at third. They've got Muncy at second, and Gavin Lux coming up against the changeup expert, Tommy Canley.
Well, you just wonder if he's ever going to divert and throw a fastball. He would have everybody fooled because he's thrown over 40 changeups in a row. And so Gavin Lux knows that information. It comes down to execution. It comes down to high adrenaline, but a low heartbeat if you're going to get out of this situation for Tommy Canley.
Bottom of the 7th inning, 2 away. Lux taps the first one foul.
He throws a power changeup, and that's all he's thrown the last few outings.
How can he get away with that?
Well, nobody makes an adjustment and changes, so you're basically in your same stance every single time. Nobody moves up in the box to take away the depth of that changeup, and it's working.
Here's his 0-1. Lux grounds one gently to second. Torres has it over to first in time. Support of Garrett Cole, who has left this game with a 2-1 lead. Alex Vesia for the top of the 8th.
I honestly think, I know fans of each team don't want to see these kind of games every single day because it's heart-wrenching, but this is what you're going to see. These two teams are so even. It comes down to executing.
Ball and a strike on Chisholm.
And so far the Dodgers have had the opportunities to execute, and what they did so well in the previous series, got to give the credit a little bit to the Yankees bullpen. Well, he's got a bullpen that's outstanding, and what Dave has shown, he's not afraid to go to his leverage arms at any time he sees a crack or a moment to let the bullpen do the rest.
We've got a run of 4 left-handers out of 5 hitters at the bottom of the order. That's what Anthony Bond would be for. 2-2 on Juan Soto. This is the one guy that he crosses his fingers that he can get through, because then you've got righty-righty against Judge and Stanton.
Well, right now he is on point and not shown anything worthy of taking him out of the game.
Soto with a base hit to center field to open the 6th. On a 2-strike pitch, waits on it to land and bangs it through the middle to lead off this inning.
The reason to follow up, I say these are tough decisions, because when Dave Roberts goes to his bullpen and his assets, you've got to win that game if you're the Dodgers, because if you use all those assets and lose, as you see one of the greatest hitters in the game with 2 strikes, you know those guys are going to have to pitch a bullpen game. That's why it's tough. It's not in a regular season game. You would never even consider taking Jack Flaherty out of this game.
Judge at the plate, ball 1. So leadoff single from Soto. And Judge hitting with a man at first. He struck out both times in this game, and in 15 of his 33 at-bats in this postseason. Two and 0.
Got a chance to talk with Reggie Jackson today, and he's synonymous for one of the greatest postseason hitters of all time. And he talked about his will and want to, and facing great pitchers, not being afraid of the moment, and trusting that he was going to barrel up a ball every time he went to the plate. For Aaron Judge, that narrative is growing against him, and you've got to flip that narrative by trusting your regular season. He's not afraid of the pressure. He's handled the pressure. 62 home runs, wearing the jersey, doing what he did in New York. This is not about pressure. This is about mechanics. And you get a little out of kilter sometimes, and you start trying to make things happen. But you look at what he's done, 62 home runs. If you had pressure built on you, you couldn't get to 62 home runs.
American League record 2 years ago. This season, by many measures, was even better. You know, another thing Reggie Jackson always said is that as long as you have that bat in your hand, you can write the story.
They talk about runners in scoring position, and it's the greatest line ever. Reggie said, runners in scoring position. When I step in the box, it's runners in scoring position, because I'm going to put one over the fence.
Mr. October did 5 times in 2 World Series against these Dodgers.
And he'll walk Urshela, 2-out walk. And now we'll hear a word from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Schumann up. He was hit by a pitch. He later scored, then also grounded out. Swinging on the first pitch, a fastball. He misses 0-1. The fastball in terms of velocity isn't going to blow you away, but I wonder if that setup is at all deceptive for right-handed hitters.
Well, the setup doesn't really matter much. I mean, because you're looking for that baseball out of a window at release. So whatever you might be doing with your lower half really doesn't matter much in terms of what the pitcher is doing and what the hitter is looking for.
0-2, lifted in the air to left. Hummel has it and makes the catch. A's unable to score in the 5th. They still lead by 9. They got it. They have a Shake Shack here?
Were you unaware of that?
Completely.
Really?
You're not lying to me right now?
No. Come on. Would I steer you wrong?
Do you really want me to answer that question? I know where I'm going tomorrow.
See?
I'll be darned. That's crazy.
Well, you're darned. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't see it when you stopped off at Pluckers right after you hit the golden chick.
Well, that was in Dallas. Bouncing ball to Wilson. Strong throw to first. And one is down. But you know me, I love to get out and explore.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
You guys don't call me Christopher Columbus for nothing.
I think you'd just be better served walking around. I mean, I've watched you do all sorts of things with your phone in your hand.
It's a technological generation. And you can't say that you don't use your phone either.
No, there's a world unfolding right in front of you, you know?
I get it. You got to tweet for work. That's fine. I did have Pluckers in Dallas, and it was good.
Delicious.
It was good. You didn't want to have it with me, and that's fine. You had eyes for something else.
Some breaded up chicken.
Well, they have breaded up chicken fingers there. They just say it's boneless wings. They're these 3 massive tenders that are boneless wings.
And we all know that boneless wings aren't real wings, so.
I think they're delicious.
Oh no. And that
you cut out all the issues of having the bone in the chicken.
Yeah, I mean, I got to believe boneless chicken wings at this point are just born. Those are
including that 3 home run game to clinch the '77 Classic, helping birth that legendary nickname.
But it truly is a mindset. It separates players at this time of the year because it's so different. The hyper focus, pitching against you is going to be so different than it is in a regular season game.
Payoff. Judge is down swinging for the 3rd time. Flaherty got a fastball by him for his 6th K.
I mean, this is just a great pitch. It's on the outside part of the plate after spin. You could see he's late, in between a little bit, trying to fight it off.
Now it's Stanton. Swing and a miss. Started him with a breaking ball. So many times in this postseason, Stanton has been the man for these Yankees. It was Soto that won Game 5 in extras, but it was Stanton that got it there with a game-tying shot in the 6th inning. One of his 4 home runs in the championship series. Flaherty's 0-2 is very high.
good foundation.
Good base. Throw to short. Now 3 balls and no strikes, and Springs running the risk of loading up the bases for Cam Smith waiting on deck. .30 is a strike.
Well, you've kept yourself in the at-bat here. See if he can't get Zach Short, who you know is looking to try to at least move these runners up. Maybe you get him to tap into something weekly here.
Strike 2. Schumann shades the second base bag, now backs out a bit. And the 3-2 pitch is swung through and missed. So Springs gets his second strikeout of the game in the first of the third inning. One away.
Well, and you go back to that 3-1 fastball that he dotted at the bottom of the zone. You could see Short and the way he took it, sort of
his first big league hit. 0-2, swing and miss. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 out for Gusto.
Well, first pitch of the ball game, about 94. Gusto running this one up to 96. Very Leon attacking with that fastball. Even though you see Yanier Diaz have to reach back across. Just beat Cortez to the inside.
So here's Kurtz now, the DH tonight. Fouling away the first pitch. Umpiring crew tonight. Let's start behind the plate. Scott Berry, the home plate umpire. C.B. Buckner at first. Adam Beck at second. And the crew chief, Dan Iasonia, is at third. So 0-1 to Kurtz is at 288 on the season. And it is steadily climbing. 0-1, driven the other way and down for a hit. Hummel moves over to get it, and it'll be a long single for Kurtz. That extends his hitting streak to 12 games.
Well, Chris, you took us around the horn, introduced us to the crew. Let's take a closer look at the tendencies of our man behind the plate, Scott Berry. First MLB umpire with a visible tattoo sleeve on his upper right arm, as you see there, and I love it because it is dedicated to his late wife, who did pass away from colon cancer. And I think that's a lovely, lovely tip of the cap and a nod, not only by Mr. Berry, but by Major League Baseball as well. I think to understand as they continue to move forward and keep up with the times. You know, we all express ourselves in very different ways, but for Mr. Berry to be able to have his best friend and his wife with him every step of the way out here on the diamond, I know means a lot to him.
Good job by Will Smith to go up and catch that ball, keeping the tying run over there at first base. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate. Stanton golfs one way back there, scraping the sky and giving the Yankees the lead. You deliver this time of year, you can rewrite your whole story. As long as you've got the bat in your hands, you can write your story. And Stanton continues to write one of a spectacular October for the Yankees.
First 2 of those, he swung and missed and looked horrible, but the fastball up was just a waste pitch. And if you're guessing along with Stanton, you're almost guaranteed to see another breaking ball. The difference, that breaking ball was up just enough for that massive golf swing. Postseason speak to it.
And he has hit Cole hard in his career. Fouls back that first pitch fastball.
Yeah, I mean, look, teams are going to come across with approach because they've studied video, they have the information. And when you're facing Garrett Cole, you really don't want to get to too many 2-strike counts. So, again, that's what I'm seeing early. Dodgers are looking for fastballs, trying to hit them.
And now breaking pitch popped up. It is going to reach the seats. Let's check in with Tom Verducci.
Yeah, what a thrill for home plate umpire Carlos Torres, the first Venezuelan-born umpire to call a game in the World Series. Also the first graduate of the MLB training camp development program. It was designed to give minorities a better pathway to Major League Baseball.
What an honor for him. Behind the plate, game 1 of the World Series. Hernandez on an 0-2 is down on that high fastball, and there he turns it up to 97.
I'm telling you, he's got it. He's learned since getting hurt how to monitor his velocity and the effort and pitches. I think it's the way to go. I think he'll learn so much and be better for it. Everyone wants to be 100%, but nobody's 100% at this time of the year, even if you're coming off an injury.
Cole comes home to Will Smith and misses away. The Dodgers have been unstoppable in this postseason, even though their catcher, who's normally a huge part of the offensive equation, is hitting just 158. Did have a home run in Game 6. Dodgers hopeful that's a turning point for him. Big week for Will and his family. His wife Kara gave birth to a baby girl yesterday. So the World Series, the second biggest thing that's happened to him this week. Cole's 2-0 pitch. Smith takes ball 3.
I tell you, it's tight. I mean, that strike zone is not an inch or two either way. This pitch is on the outside corner for a strike, but called a ball. It's a hitter's strike zone tonight.
Garrett Cole went 7 innings in the clinching game in the division series against Kansas City. Game 2 of the championship series, though, Cleveland really made him work. 6 hits, 4 walks in that game. Didn't get out of the 5th. And kind of how his regular season was. Flashes of dominance, but up and down. He missed the first half of the season with an elbow issue. Started to look more like himself as the regular season went on. When he's right, this is part of a dying breed here. An ace-like pitcher that can put his team on his back. And if he can do that here, a chance to really bolster his Yankee legacy.
Right-handed hitter who pulled that ball and got just about every bit of it that he could. Oh, I love it. Take another peek. See ya. Take a bow. Curtsy.
There's going to come a point very soon where either his dad or his teammates are just going to start to come to expect it. Celebrations aren't going to be as up and down jumping because the frequency of it is happening so consistently, especially to left.
Well, look at this. Homers by direction. And it goes without saying what kind of pull side power he has.
Popped up. Walker makes the catch and foul ground, 2 away.
So understanding what kind of power he possesses and where you typically see most of that damage done from these big sluggers, which is to their pull side. More homers to the backside, more opposite field long balls for Nick Kurtz than pull side. And that is, I mean, that's the definition of easy juice. I mean, with what you have seen from him defensively as well, and what we are watching unfold offensively, I mean, I don't know that there's a better option in baseball at first base right now than Nick Kurtz. You know, and something else to consider when you start to evaluate where he's at amongst first basemen in baseball. I mean, look at the extension.
Beautiful two-handed follow-through as well.
But when you compare him to the rest of the crop of first basemen, and I mean, you know, you start the separation, about 250 plate appearances or more.
Back in here tonight. 2-2, a breaking ball fooled Cortez. He strikes out for a second time. That's the 4th strikeout for Gusto. And with 2 away, Kurtz will come up.
Well, it's not the fastball this time around. It's that bender they kept away. That's a pretty good pitch there from Gusto. With depth, it was going to be a strike whether Cortez offered or not.
Well, Kurtz has certainly been a bright spot for the Athletics. It's time now for the Blue Moon Light bright spot. And when you look at Kurtz, In the American League, he has certainly made an impact on the baseball. 38 extra base hits since April 23rd. That's the day he made his major league debut. Now he goes inside out, deep to left. Forget about that baseball. Come on.
It's ridiculous.
His 20th of the year, make that 39 extra base hits for Kurtz on the year. And that is a screamer to left, 5-0.
And Chris, this ball is just sort of flipped out of the ballpark by Nick Kurtz.
When he last faced Houston, he got the win tossing a scoreless relief frame for the Rays.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to not see a guy that long.
It's kind of like Severino against Cleveland. He had to go all the way back to 2018 before his last start. And speaking of Severino, you were touching on something important. His dominance in his start en route to his 4th win of the year last night. What type of conversation can Severino have with Springs, or a guy that had that much success with the guy following the next night?
Well, it's really just, I think, about game plan more so than actual stuff. And I think it's understood Jeffrey Springs being a left-hander, a guy who's going to rely more on his ability to deceive the opponent in Severino, who, as we have seen this season and saw last night, at times he can just come right after you and challenge you with that good four-seam fastball, which is what we saw last night. And so I think for Jeffrey Springs, it's just a reminder how important the fastball can be, especially for a guy who goes about his business the way that this left-hander does with that changeup.
They're firing on all cylinders. It can be a great 1-2 punch with Severino and Springs. He has Walker at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the windup and pitch, and he strikes out Walker on the changeup. Luis Severino has set the tone for the Athletics in this series. He's our in-shape endorphin player, and it hasn't just been this series, but over this road.
The opposition to that extent, what happens the next day is there's probably just that little bit more added pressure for them to perform and not get dominated like that twice in a row. And that's where you can start to use your opponent's aggression against them. Maybe they start to expand the strike zone a bit more.
Springs from the stretch. Line drive off of the pitcher. And McCormick's going to be safe. That hit Springs on the backside, and now first and second with nobody out. He says he's okay.
Well, I think it caught him in an area where there may be a little more.
Hitting has been superb. We've seen that all road trip long, but these runs have scored with 2 outs. Now Butler will take a curveball in for a strike, 0-1. You think about last night, great pitching, solid defense, timely hitting. And the offense has continued here into game 2 in the first inning. 0-2 to Butler. Just Butler's 4th game batting in the 7 spot this year. An 0 for 3 with a run scored last night. Has Wilson to work with at first and a 3-0 lead.
Well, we've seen Wilson move his way up and down this lineup at times, and I think if you remember how things were going early, it was about finding a spot for Jacob Wilson, maybe behind some guys who were also swinging the bat well, because they would be on base, which meant RBI opportunities for the man with incredible bat-to-ball contact skill. Augusto tried to sell strike 3, nobody buying.
Not a bad spot, but it forces Gusto to have to fire across a 30th pitch this inning.
For cushion than in some other areas. Look out. Caked up. You'll be all right. It reminds me of in a bat a few years ago, Sean Murphy wore one right off the backside. Almost just kind of popped it.
Why did I know you were going to go to that exact moment?
Well, because I think a lot of folks are probably thinking the same thing here. I mean, that is right off the caboose. And I'm not talking about Bobby Dynamite's up there.
It just goes to show the Athletics have elite lower body muscles.
You look up majestic in a baseball dictionary, you can find a shot of that home run.
The reason I say that the high pitch was a waste pitch, it was nowhere near a competitive pitch. It's the only mistake that Jack Flaherty has made. He pitched a perfect game up until that swing when he had him 0-2. He had 0-2 and then came right back with the pitch that he swung over the top. Most home runs are hit like that by him.
It flips it around and it ends Jack Flaherty's night. Dave Roberts going to make a change after ball one to Jazz Chisholm. And Giancarlo Stanton, who grew up coming to games here with his dad, dreaming of one day doing things like that, has done it in the World Series and given the Yankees a 2-1 lead in the sixth.
I mean, that's about as big a wow factor as you'll see in a crowd that, although be it only 1-0, one swing changing everything for the Yankees.
Anthony Banda comes in, and here it's a 1-0 count. Pours in a strike to Jack.
Three and two. Elvis has battled back into some counts. Has faced the minimum out of the bullpen so far. Sat down all 5 hitters he's faced, including 2 strikeouts. His 3-2 payoff pitch. Fouled off. Three-2 is up. The inning will continue for Matthews.
To have the game-winning run in Ohtani come to the plate.
Cousins has 1 career save. 1 ball, 1 strike on Smith. It's a guy who was cut loose pretty much by the White Sox. Wound up being the worst team in baseball history. Yankees got him for nothing. Bigger and bigger role. And now trying to save game 1 of the World Series. His 1-1 to Will Smith. Outside ball 2.
A sinker breaking ball is going to be what he's going to try to get Will Smith, who's been stubborn on really not swinging outside the strike zone too often.
Nice pitch right there, 2-2. Smith 0 for 2 today. Sacrifice fly back in the 5th. So the Dodgers have gotten both their runs. Smith and Betts both sac flies. 2-2. Poke to right. Soto. 1 gone in the 10th. Then up comes Gavin Lux. Lux is 0 for 3 today. Hasn't played a ton lately. He's been bothered by hip issues. In there every day in the division series, but only a handful of at-bats the last almost 2 weeks now.
Well, the good news for Lux on that slider that nobody's been able to hit for Cousins, at least that ball's coming into you on a break that you might be able to see in the zone.
Took the first one away.
The league's only hitting 144 off that slider. That is a virtually unhittable pitch when he's got it locked in.
The 1-0. Lux takes it inside, ball 2. The Dodgers, as you said, desperate to get a man aboard to get Ohtani to the plate here. Edman's on deck. Then it'd be Ohtani. Cousins home with a 2-0. Lux takes a backdoor strike. Got a pair of left-handers warming if it gets to Ohtani, both Hill and Nestor Cortes, who hasn't pitched in a month. The 2-1. Check swing. No swing. Ball 3.
Has stayed with that pitch. He got a backdoor 2-0 to be a strike. He tried to get the swing there and held up.
On a 3-1. Lux takes ball 4. And now the Dodgers will take just about any outcome other than a double play. Tommy Edman comes up. On this team that has Ohtani and it has Betts and it has Freeman, the guy coming to the plate here was the MVP of the National League Championship Series, and he's been huge in today's game defensively. He's also got a double. See Hill and Cortes both ready to go for Ohtani. And Tommy Edman picked up at the door. Takes upstairs.
You haven't followed baseball all year. Pitchers can only throw over twice. And if they throw over the third time, they have to get the runner out. In other words, they got to pick him off. Otherwise, he goes to second, considered a balk with the new rules.
There he goes. Throw down from Smith is not in time, and Jazz Chisholm is stolen second. Go ahead run into scoring position for the Yanks.
And now the pressure will be on the middle infielders to keep Jazz close to second. Stealing third's not out of the question either. And that responsibility will go to Edman.
Anthony Rizzo on a 2-0. Takes ball 3. After Rizzo, it's Volpe. Both these teams have had chances in this game. They're going to put Rizzo on intentionally here. And so first and second, looks like it's going to be Jake Cousins for the bottom of the 10th for the Yankees. Smith, Lux, and Edman do up. Mark Pryor for a visit here, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a good visit. And the reason being, Volpe has really struggled against breaking balls. That front side's opening up again. So I would think it'd be a simple reminder that you make breaking balls away. That's how you get them out.
We started the night talking about made-for-movie stories with the starting pitchers. Some made-for-the-movies thing right here, too, with Anthony Volpe, who was born and raised in Manhattan and then New Jersey from a long line of Yankees fans. Like a million other kids, he wanted to be the next Derek Jeter. Well, he's the 1 in a million who's grown up to become the shortstop of the Yankees.
The key in this situation as a hitter, you only pull a bad breaking ball, but you should go up there on a breaking ball thinking center to right center. What that allows you to do is track the ball longer and keep the barrel in the bat. If you try to pull that pitch, the break is absolutely impossible for that barrel to make the contact unless it's a hanger in the zone.
8 of his 9 hits in this postseason have come off fastballs. Chisholm singled, stole second. Rizzo put on intentionally.
I think a night like tonight starts to put everybody on notice about what this team is capable of, especially from an offensive perspective. I mean, I've highlighted what you've seen from a guy like Elvis Alvarado and how he can continue to fit into a group down there in the bullpen, and what that means to a lineup that is capable of doing what we have seen the Athletics do here tonight.
And they're not doing this, I don't want to say shorthanded, but remember the injuries of Denzel Clark and Max Muncy, who were both surging offensively in the right direction.
Well, there's been quite a few souvenirs deposited out in the ballpark tonight. That's homer number 3 off the bat of Nick Kurtz, and we found him. He'll go home happy.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Now 3-2. Taylor Trammell waits on deck. Payoff pitch. Struck him out.
Bottom of the Yankees order, Jack Flaherty, strike 1 to Anthony Volpe. Flaherty's in his 8th season in the big leagues. Debuted when he was 21 with the St. Louis Cardinals. He had a few years there. He was one of the most dominant young pitchers in baseball. The Rookie of the Year votes. He was top 5 in Cy Young voting his 2nd year, but then years of dealing with injuries, and that hit a low point last year. He had a 5 ERA. Cardinals shipped him off to the Orioles, barely factored in for the Orioles down the stretch. Strikes out Anthony Volpe on 3 pitches, and that is a testament, John, to how different he is right now, because Volpe has not been able to be retired like that this postseason. You got some celebrities in the house per usual. Billie Eilish and Phineas. Will Arnett taking this one in. Brad Paisley do the anthem. John Legend, wonderful voice as well, is here, and a couple football guys, Jack and Jim Harbaugh. Jim's Chargers 3-3. Strike 1, and man, the swing and miss through the roof.
Yeah, he's been in total rhythm, total command. The fastball, his curveball, his front side has been so far more connected than it was before. And man, does Dave Roberts have to like this performance.
And then he'll start to get into a spot that he didn't have to have too many tough decisions in during the championship series. Look, he managed that beautifully, but a lot of times the game was lopsided one way or the other, and it was totally clear which way to go. Now here you're going to
and viable power threats from the left side for the A's.
That's it, left-handed thump.
Here's Butler. He shows bunt, but pulls back 1-0.
Well, he got the reaction from Dubon he was looking for. Dubon charging in, but headed right back to his original starting position over there at shortstop, which means that left side is still wide open should Lawrence Butler go back to that idea.
He shows again and drops one down. Dubon charges, gloves, guns to first, and Butler is out. Advancing Wilson to second.
Well, I got to tell you, you got to give credit here to Mauricio Dubon, because what he saw was Lawrence Butler pre-pitch go right to the bunt, and you see the hands, and you can see Dubon charge. The minute he sees Lawrence Butler start to work that bat up into his hands, trying to push that bunt over to the third base side. This is just an exceptional read from Mauricio Dubon. And that's why we highlight how valuable it is to have a guy with his baseball IQ that you can sprinkle anywhere in the field out there. I mean, you don't win a Gold Glove by accident. They're not just handing those out these days.
And you win it for essentially a new position as the super utility man. You've got to be good everywhere.
Well, no doubt.
Popped up again by Urshela. Another chance for Walker. And he completes the putout and foul ground. But Tyler Soderstrom leaves the building for the 19th time this year. It was a no-doubter to right. Bang. It's 6-0 Athletics early. Bottom of the 3rd inning, bottom of the order coming up for Houston for the first time here tonight. 6-0 the score, as Mauricio Dubon is up against Jeffrey Springs. Dubon gets hit on the first pitch. Springs missed his spot, and Dubon is aboard.
Trying to get in there with that fastball. Looks like it just clips that front knee or maybe high shin of Dubon. Oh, right off that kneecap. That does not feel good at all. Dubon gonna take his time heading down to first base. Scott Berry looking on. All right, here we go.
Here's Chas McCormick. 230 average, no homers, 2 RBI, 61 at bats. Dubon at first, and McCormick checking his swing, but not going around. 1 ball and no strikes. One of the keys to success last night for Severino and the A's pitching staff was taking care of the middle of the order. 3 through 9 last night when it combined 2 for 23. And when you're on the road against an order like this, against a team that is atop one of the divisions in Major League Baseball, and you're able to get them to go 2 for 23 as a unit, I think you win those games most of the time.
Well, and a lot of that does have to do with, you know, what the traffic situation looks like with guys ahead of them. But if you can neutralize a third of the lineup at a time, I think you like your chances of having, you know, some success, and especially if that third is the middle third of the lineup. That's where you anticipate, I think, the majority of the damage to come from. And I think, Chris, anytime that, you know, one of your teammates has an outing like that where they've been able to stymie the
It gets for Judge unless Trinan sneaks a fastball by him.
1-2 comes home. It is a fastball, and it's popped up. Left side of the diamond. Tommy Edman sends this game to the bottom of the 9th. Oswaldo Cabrera into the game at second, so you can put him in the leadoff spot in the Yankees order where Gleyber Torres was. So here we go. Fasten those seatbelts to the bottom of the 9th. Luke Weaver against Teoscar Hernandez. Muncy and Kike Hernandez to follow. 1 ball, no strikes.
If you got 2 different fastballs, you want to favor the 4-seamer over the 2-seamer. He stays on that pitch really well, the 2-seamer, and he handles the changeup against right-handers, which is pretty rare for right-handed hitters.
1 ball, 1 strike now. Hernandez 1 for 3 in this game. Dodgers got a run in the 5th and a run in the 8th, both on sacrifice flies. Led the National League in home runs this season. 33 of them from this guy. On a 1-1 pitch, Hernandez takes ball 2. That man there, Max Muncy, has a walk-off home run in the World Series in his career. Ended the longest World Series game ever, 18 innings back in 2018 against Boston. On a 2-1, Hernandez fouls it off, and it's 2-2. That fastball catches a lot of the play, but guys just don't pick it up.
Well, he's got a sneaky delivery where it looks like it's not going to come out like that, and then you couple that with that changeup right off the fastball, which is the equalizer for left-handed hitters. But he has been outstanding since going into this role. Maybe the most unlikely guy when you think about their roster and what they had created, but timely for Aaron Boone that he found a hot guy at the end of the game.
2-2, bottom of the 9th. Teoscar Hernandez leading off for the Dodgers. Weaver throws a shot to right center field, but Soto's there. 1 out. First pitch, Muncy takes a strike. Dodgers won it all in 2020, looking for their first World Series win in a full season since 1988, where in Game 1, Kurt Gibson launched a walk-off home run. The walk-off home run. The 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Only at bat of the series. Was a good one.
on two bad is over there for it. Looks like a little pep talk, which he's been known to deliver through the years. Anthony Rizzo's got a World Series ring and famous for his motivational talks during that World Series with the Cubs, where they were on the brink of elimination, and he put on the Rocky music in the clubhouse, stripped down naked, climbed on a table, and gave this half motivational, half comedy sketch routine. They won that game, did it again for Game 6 and Game 7. And he was in Garrett Cole's ear right there. Fully clothed, though. 1-0 to Gavin Lux. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, these teams are so evenly matched. I look for so many different disparaging statistics, and you can't find them. They're 1-2, 1-3, top 5. And when they score first, they're two of the best teams in baseball. The Dodgers this postseason 5-1 when they score first. So getting that point on the board, very important to both teams.
And then so many similar characters too. You know, you got the two biggest stars, and then we touched on the parallels of Soto and Betts. This veteran first baseman fighting through injuries, the struggling offensive catchers, even the managers, former postseason heroes, now shouldering the pressure of leading these great franchises. They're both managing spectacularly to get their teams here. The 1-2 to Gavin Lux. Lifted to center field for Judge. And Flaherty's left out there to face the heart of the lineup. Strike 1 on Juan Soto.
Flaherty's done an unbelievable job with that pitch right there. Fastball strikes are way up, 21 out of 30. It sets up his breaking ball. It's why he's given up no runs against the Yankees. You know, this is the first time that we've been covering, following obviously the Dodgers, where Dave Roberts is really going to be given some tough decisions. It's 1-0, and you think, well, what tough decision could it be to leave Flaherty in the game when he's rolling?
Legs. He hobbled up there. Off Eckersley. Muncy against Weaver. Is ahead 2-1. On a 2-1. Muncy looks at ball 3 taken off. Kike Hernandez due next. The pitch. A pop fly into shallow right center field. Cabrera, fresh into the game, is under it, 2 away.
What a 3-1 pitch. A changeup that looked like a fastball, but he got the pop-up against a home run hitter. That was a great pitch under circumstances. There's the grip. It was a high one, but the change of speed is all he needed to fool Muncy, and you could just tell.
2 up and 2 down for Weaver in this ninth, and it's Kike Hernandez. First pitch, very high. The heat of the postseason, we see it transform guys in both directions. And for Kike Hernandez, a home run in both series so far, 15 postseason home runs in his career. 1 ball, 1 strike. If Weaver gets this thing to the 10th inning, Yankees have Stanton, Chisholm, and Rizzo due up.
I mean, he relies on his fastball and that changeup.
A crack bat flare, shallow left field. Verdugo coming on with a diving grab. Alex Verdugo continues to sparkle defensively. Blake Trinan stays in after he got Aaron Judge to get out of a 9th inning jam. And here we go with the 10th. Strike 1 with that video game slider. Home run for Stan, his 17th in the postseason in his career. It's been unstoppable in October. Jeez, oh Pete, so you got the slider breaking one way and then the sinker coming back like that. Good luck.
Well, and that's why he's so tough. I mean, experienced guy, been through this before, covers both sides of the plate, and he has the hitter completely guessing.
Home with an 0-2. Strikes him out. The sweeper breaks 15 inches on average one way. The sinker breaks 16 inches on average the other way.
It's just a guy who knows how to manipulate the baseball, and certainly for the Dodgers, you know, they don't want this game to go much longer. Of course, they want to end it as quick as possible. This will be the last inning for Blake Treinen.
One away, tie game, 10th inning. Jazz Chisholm's up. Takes ball one. Dodgers have the bottom of the order due up in the bottom of the 10th. Smith, Lux, and Edman, and if they can get the fourth guy up there, that's Ohtani. Chisholm in the 5 spot. 1 out of 4 today. And a 1-0 pitch. Pulls one through, and he's got his second hit. Betts hustles over to cut it off and hold him to a single.
That may not look like much, but Betts cutting that ball off was huge. I mean, he got to that ball in a hurry and prevented a double. And here's the issue now for Blake Treinen, trying to hold a guy who can run, because getting on second base would be huge for the Yankees.
Anthony Rizzo at the plate. Tracking him right away. 8 stolen bases in 9 tries against Treinen this year. Chisholm's got great speed. Yankees only have 5 steals in this postseason. Jazz has 2 of those. Rizzo, who's 1 for 4.
Line the other way, and a base hit for Butler.
Well, whatever we got to do to get Nick Kurtz another at bat, huh?
Right?
I'll say it. Law Dog just going to shoot it to left. Get himself a knock for the night.
Urshela rips it to left. That'll drop down and kick off the wall. Butler going from first to third. Urshela will head into second base, standing up. A single and a double, and it's Schumann now.
Well, Gio just trying to open up and do damage here. You can understand why. You got a left fielder out there on the mound.
Anywhere he wants to at will. I mean, when you draft a guy and he comes up inside of a year, I don't know if the expectation is to perform like this. It's to see him be able to grow in the big leagues. He is performing not only like an all-star, but like an all-star MVP. That is the face of the sport right now. Bouncing ball to Urshela, 1 down.
And look, it is what it is. We, for a long time, we're talking about what Jacob Wilson was doing and how quickly he had acclimated to this level and how quickly his skill set was translating, how impactful it was already in such a short amount of time. I think that conversation is happening right now and on another level with Nick Kurtz. When you talk about the value he has brought, the value he provides day in and day out, I mean, there's nobody better right now. Nobody.
0-1 to Short, who homered back in the 5th inning. 11-2 the score. You start to ask yourself, what is he going to do next?
Well, and you know, I wouldn't bet against him.
Like Jacob Wilson, every time Kurtz comes up to the plate, you're on the edge of your seat. because you know something is about to happen. And recently, more often than not, it's been something special. 1-2, Alvarado strikes out short looking. Second strikeout for Elvis.
And Alvarado here tonight, I think we understand why, but it's sort of quietly going about his business with all the noise that Nick Kurtz has been making.
Well, for a group in Houston that is expecting Friday night fireworks after the game, they didn't realize it was going to happen during the game and not from their team, as Ben Bowden starts to warm up in the A's bullpen. 3-0 from Elvis is a strike.
Trying to put one in the Crawford boxes. And Chris, Nick Kurtz has a helmet on, a bat in his hand. He is in the hole.
Can you imagine?
Yes, I can. I already have.
Schumann, ground ball. Nice play by the third baseman. Whitcomb throws to first. Butler comes in to score. Schumann has an RBI ground out. Now 12-2. And it's up to Cortez to keep Kurtz's chances alive for a sixth possible at bat.
Please.
Trip.
Well, for Severino, we understand how important for him it is to be able to go out and settle in early, feel comfortable early. And over his 2 starts in this road trip, I think he's not only been able to do that, but I will continue to harp on his fastball usage. And we watch guys try to work their way through a lineup first time through, at times with, you know, just the variations of the fastball, whether it's trying to sink it and run it in right on right. Maybe you throw that cutter against the left-handers, try to straighten them out with that 4-seam fastball.
And Aaron Diaz has hit .295 against lefties, getting his first start of the series. Did have a pinch hit opportunity in the 8th last night. One hopper to short. Retreating Wilson. Here's the gun and the stretch on the other end. They get Diaz by a half step.
Yeah, Wilson right on the cut of the outfield grass. See a little bit of a soft one-hop liner. Jay Willie, once he corrals it, it's going to rear back.
They're feeling like and explain and make it sound like an excuse, but when your teammates know that a player is going through what he's going through, not only do you gain respect, you have no more excuses.
Breaks his bat, and the bat goes flying out there by Rizzo. The ball dribbles along first. Destroyed this thing.
Yeah, right off the end. That's what happens when it hits off the end. Almost cut in half.
Laid that bad boy. Freeman's been going through like a 4-hour pregame routine with physical therapist Bernard Lee just to get the swelling out of that ankle, just to get the pain down to the point where it's bearable. And at first it was just running that was bothering him, but it started to bleed into his swing as well. Another 0-2. Another broken bat. This time it's a fair ball, and Rizzo takes it to the bag. Freddie Freeman to go months at a time without breaking a bat. Cole breaks 2 back-to-back pitches.
Because the barrel of the bat's coming out towards him, so he couldn't cover first base. But you talk about satisfaction and taking the bat out of someone's hand like Freddie, that is satisfaction.
Garrett Cole's just given up 1 base runner. 3 2/3. He struck out 3, not walked anybody. Bases empty, 2 out here. Teoscar Hernandez lined out his first time.
Well, also what he's doing is he's commanding the first pitch strikes. 10 out of 13 first pitch strikes. You've got to set the tone as a pitcher against a great lineup. We talked about it in the beginning. Both pitchers have done that. Both hitters, both offenses look like they're at the mercy of the pitcher right now.
12 seasons in the big leagues for Garrett Cole. Pirates to the Astros and then to the Yankees on that record deal. 5 seasons with the Yankees, as good as advertised. 2nd in wins, 4th in strikeouts. Won a Cy Young last year. And now trying to pitch him to a world title. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hernandez.
And you know, both teams had the first round bye, right? That's been an issue. That's rare that we get. It's the first time since the new playoff format we get 2 of the best records in the World Series. But they both had layoffs after their wins again. So maybe navigating that helped each team deal with the offense that really is sitting at bay without live action.
Here's a 2-2. Hernandez lays off because these are 2 lineups coming in clicking on all cylinders if these pitchers are slowing down.
Yeah, you can never predict how you're going to win. But if you knew how you were going to win, you'd like the series to go long and not have as many days off and just keep clicking.
Hernandez 33 home runs during the regular season, included a couple against the Yankees back in June. Pops this one into shallow center field. Actually won't even make it that far. Volpe at short will end the 4th.
Strike 1.
I think you can understand if things start to open up a bit.
Line drive through for a hit. Urshela held up at 3rd, and the chance has come alive.
Oh, buddy. I mean, how about?
And they'll place Torres at 2nd.
They'll review it. It's close, but it's going to probably stand, as that ball would have hit the top of the wall. And here's a scenario now where Dave Roberts will be forced to make a decision, and he's probably going to walk Soto if this stands and face Judge. So they'll take a look at it.
Of a potential home run. The call on the field is fan interference, and the batter was awarded second base.
All right, so that is the call on the field. That guy's just making a reaction, reaching there, catching, and then he froze, and he's like, oh my goodness, what have I done?
Well, the one thing about technology, I guess, with StatCast and everything, you can kind of find out how far that ball was going to go.
Yeah.
If you need a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we have the would have been a home run in Name the Park. Well, would have been a home run in Dodger Stadium. Replay review presented by Zoom.
But here's what Dave Roberts is going to be faced with if this call stands and it's a man on second. He's not really, I don't think you can pitch to Soto. Pick your poison.
He's got Blake Trinan warming. Kopech in the game right now. He's got Trinan warming. Kopech better against lefties. And again, the call on the field is that this is fan interference, and I just don't know if you can. There's enough on video there to overturn that. So it looks like the Yankees are going to have Torres at 2nd, and the score will stay tied at 2.
After review, the call on the field has been confirmed. There was spectator interference. The runner is placed at second base.
That's excellent work by that umpiring crew to have that in real time. Chad Fairchild out there in left field with the extra couple umpires in the postseason right on top of it. So let's see, with Soto coming to the plate.
It's an easy decision.
You put him on and you go in a Judge.
It's not even a decision.
Soto that sent the Yankees into the World Series with his pennant-winning home run in Game 5 against the Guardians. And Judge is in the dirt circle at the same time. He didn't even put the 4 fingers up there. He's so sure. Dave Roberts will make the change and go Trinan against Judge. We've waited 43 years for the Dodgers and the Yankees to face off in the World Series again, and it has been worth the wait here in Game 1. Tied at 2. Go-ahead run in scoring position, and Aaron Judge in his first World Series at the plate with a chance to be the hero. Pinch runners into the game. This is Jason Dominguez representing the go-ahead run. Pinch running for Gleyber Torres. They've put Soto on, and John, they're choosing Blake Trinan against Aaron Judge.
Well, the big thing is it's only happened 3 times all year where they have walked Soto. Think about that. That is incredible. And with Stanton behind Judge, a lot more safety.
2-2 game, 2 gone in the 9th. Aaron Judge, strike 1 from Blake Trinan, who's been the best reliever in baseball for the last 2 months.
Yes, and he's going to throw a lot of those breaking balls. It's a frisbee breaking ball with incredible sink to his fastball.
Here's the 0-1. Strike 2.
Starts at the right-handed hitter and breaks so much you can't believe it.
Three consecutive breaking balls. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, the Yankees have gotten here without Judge doing a whole lot, but it does feel like it's a matter of time before he has another moment. And if the Yankees are going to win this whole thing, he's going to have a say in it. 2 on, 2 out in the 9th. Popped foul. Had one to hit right there.
Oh, he did have one to hit. And again, when you're a little bit off in your timing and they're pitching you as tough as any batter in baseball right now, you just can't afford to miss those pitches. Now, on the flip side, he's seen enough of those breaks in a row. The more this at bat lasts, the better.
That first player in A's history with 5 hits, 5 runs, 5 RBI, and 3 homers. Buddy, I might jump out of this booth.
He's in a hitter-friendly count.
I mean, isn't every count for him hitter-friendly?
Swing and a drive deep to left. He's done it 4 times.
What a magical night for the Big Amish. Smooth as butter, baby. Turn it up. Incredible. Simply incredible.
Oh my God.
Oh my God is right.
Astros fans here at the ballpark behind the dugout are on their feet, tipping their cap. First player in athletics history with a 4-homer game.
But that'll wait as he tosses over to first. Wilson back in diving safely. Two-two pitch, and now Butler works the count full. 3-2.
Another good at bat here. Langeliers with a very nice at bat that resulted in a knock. Butler here taking it to a full count.
3-2 payoff. Wilson going, Butler swinging and missing, and that will retire this side. But 3 runs coming to score for the A's in the first. We'll see the Astros bats coming up next. So Cam Smith, the right fielder, the first of Houston's lineup to come up. First pitch is just outside 1-0. Smith hitless in his last 3 games with an at-bat. He went 0 for 3 last night.
Well, if Jeffrey Springs can establish himself in the strike zone, and I think maybe even do so with that fastball like we saw Severino do last night. And there it is. I think he can very quickly put this Astros lineup on the defensive once again.
Severino had no problem establishing the inside part of the plate last night, and he found a boatload of success. As Springs gets a swing and miss from his changeup. And that pitch, despite the losing effort in Cleveland, looked good against the Guardians.
Sure did. And I think, as we kind of highlighted, you know, his first few starts of the month of July and how they went, and coming off that little dust up with the guards. It's that pitch right there, the changeup, that I think has helped reinstill some of the confidence for Jeffrey Springs. You go out there with your main weapon and you know it's working, you feel like you can beat the world.
3-2. Smith, blooper to center. That'll drop down for a hit. Leadoff single for the Astros right fielder.
And with Jeffrey Springs on the mound tonight, it'll be his 20th start of the season. And I think the key has been the fact that the left-hander has paid a lot of attention to the whys. And when we talk about whys, we're talking about, why am I struggling? Why have I had success? How do I duplicate it? How do I move beyond some of the things that have really represented hurdles? And I think that's part of, you know, growing into your veteran status. And for Jeffrey Springs, a guy who's been around, understands how this game goes and how important it is to be able to identify the need to make adjustments.
Here's Altuve, and this is interesting. I was talking to you about this before the game, but Jeffrey Springs has never made a start against the Astros, has 2 relief appearances, and has never faced this man, despite playing now in his 8th season in the big leagues, and all of them being in the American League.
Yeah, just 3 hitters on this team has he seen. Rodon Alvarez, who is not here. Caratini, who was not in the lineup. Or excuse me, Altuve waving at the bump, but we'll see right after Altuve.
And Trammell. Yep, who is not in the lineup. 0-2 pitch, bouncer foul. Well, here's the A's defense tonight behind Jeffrey Springs. In the outfield, it's Rooker in left, Butler in center, Cortez in right, Urshela and Wilson on the left side of the infield, Schumann and Soderstrom on the right side, with Langeliers as the backstop for Jeffrey Springs. So Soderstrom moves from left to first tonight. And we know he can pick it pretty well over there. Oh, 2 to Altuve. Fly, foul, and out of play.
The Astros featuring a right-handed heavy lineup. Everybody in the lineup tonight against Jeffrey Springs will take their at-bats from the right side until they decide to switch some things up.
But it is reverse splits for Springs as his 0-2 misses high and outside.
Yeah, lefties hitting 256 against Jeffrey Springs. Righties sitting at that 226 clip, but there has been damage from the right side. 16 long balls surrendered to right-handers.
One-two pitch, ground ball to third. Gio gets rid of it quickly. On to Schumann, over to first, and a 5-4-3 double play. Gets the first 2 outs of the bottom of the first inning.
Well, and sometimes you just got to switch things up a little. Lefties, righties, maybe a different way to attack. And Our friends over at StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, going to give us a peek at how the lefty does attack lefties and righties differently. You see the slider usage on the left-hand side against the left-handers at 179. And that's, I think, one of the key points. How you start to deploy your arsenal. And I kind of touched on it with gusto, and you've got a sweeping.
Elvis Alvarado has 3 strikeouts on his night. We're back here at the ballpark. Elvis Alvarado, 2 scoreless innings of relief in an 11-2 game. We're in the top of the 9th inning. And well, the bullpen has had to be active tonight, but to save some more arms as there are 2 more games in this series. Joe Espada has gone to the bullpen, or not really, has gone to a position player when it's time for a change. Think speedy oil change in auto service, engine light on, we can fix that. It's Cooper Hummel. And Urias flies it to left. Taylor Trammell is underneath. Here's Lawrence Butler, hitless tonight with a pair of strikeouts, looking for his first. There's 78, registering as a slider. I think that's probably his fastball. Now 1-2.
Well, he's a get it and go type of guy. Chris, I've been fortunate enough to watch a lot of baseball, watch a lot of good baseball, seen a lot of incredible things happen. History has been made tonight. And I don't think you or I will ever forget tonight. You go ahead and add the Hummel chapter to the book. Just another opposite field pump for Nick Kurtz. My goodness.
In the air, left center field. On the run, McCormick. And he makes the catch. This is something special, something out of a storybook. 6 for 6. 4 homers. And 6 RBIs. 6 runs scored. He has more than introduced himself to the world here tonight.
Chris, Nick Kurtz tonight has as many home runs as the Houston Astros have total hits.
This is a like you said, a night I'm not going to forget, a night that he certainly isn't going to forget. 4 homers, 5 extra base hits, a July of storybook proportion.
I mean, just such a special night for a special individual. I mean, tonight's the night that he has put the baseball world on notice. You're looking at the best first baseman in the game right now. I felt that way before tonight's ball game, and that just reinforces the feeling. I mean, Nick Kurtz, the youngest player in baseball history with a 4-homer game. Time now for your play of the day, presented by your California Ford dealer. There's 1 knock, 1 homer. 2 knocks, 2 homers. We're not done yet. We're just getting started. 3 knocks, 3 homers. Well, let's spray it around a little, huh? All right. 4 knocks, 4 homers. Folks, there's 2 more hits to come. 6 for 6, 8 RBI, 6 runs scored. And sitting next to first base coach Bobby Crosby right now, trying to put words to it, and he can't. Leaning out over the plate, maybe not a real strong interest in firing. And I think Langoliers and the left-hander Jeffrey Springs recognized that and said, you're getting another fastball. I just don't think you're ready to hit.
Smith bouncing ball back to Springs. Quickly to second. Schumann on to first, and they get out of it. 1-4 to 3. Springs got exactly what he wanted. It's 6-0 A's through 3. We are in inning number 4, and the Athletics lead 6-0. As Schumann comes up for a second time against Gusto. He was hit by a pitch and later scored the team's 4th run of the game. Check swing foul, 0-1. Well, Max Schumann started the game at shortstop and led off last night, playing second base and batting 9th tonight. Has been such an incredible piece for the Athletics. So he takes high, 1 ball.
This is what he can do. And that bad bounce off the corner of the stands allowed this triple to be had by Freddie Freeman.
First extra base hit for Freddie Freeman in a month. Back to when he injured that ankle final week of the regular season. This is not exactly the extra base hit that you picture, but he'll take it. And the Dodgers have a runner at third with 2 away for Teoscar Hernandez. Strike 1.
Teoscar had a rough last series, but his last game was encouraging for the Dodgers. He got flatter with his bat in the zone, was getting too much tilt and swinging uncharacteristically in that previous series.
Because he was their best hitter during the division series against San Diego. And he rips one to short here.
Out in with all the fist pumps.
Cortez in the air towards left. That's hanging the line, and it is foul. A lot of fist pumps. I don't know if we've seen him churning the butter yet.
Not quite. I think we'll get there. You know, a lot of good feedback from the folks out in Lancaster.
It is a phenomenal nickname. And you've had some good ones. The problem is now we're going to start spotting sections at the ballpark in West Sacramento where there's going to be people, instead of clapping, they're all going to be churning in one motion together.
Love it.
And visiting fans are going to be thinking, what the heck is going on?
That's all right. They'll learn very quickly.
Or they'll churn very quickly. Ground ball to short. Quite literally. He throws over to first.
Well, you got to go all the way back to 1998. I was a freshman in high school. That was the last time that you had an A's rookie with a 5-hit game.
First pitch. Oh, my!
Oh, my goodness.
Strike 1.
I wonder at some point in this at bat if they'll really try to focus inside with fastballs with Freddie. We talked about that front foot getting down to the pull side power.
Freeman hits a towering fly ball to right field. Juan Soto's going back. He's got room. And Garrett Cole pitches around the leadoff double to keep the 2-1 lead. It is Brusdar Graterol to pitch the 7th inning for the Dodgers. Delivers ball 1 to Gleyber Torres. This is interesting right here, John. This guy has not pitched in a month, and he's dropped in here to face the top of the Yankees order.
Well, he's got an electric fastball when he can command it, and of course he can spin it with everybody in the bullpen. But this is the scenario we talked about. Dave Roberts in a close game. And which assets would he go to either keep it close to let his offense catch up, because these are the kind of games that they weren't involved in And the reason it's so much worth saying is because the bullpen has to pitch a full game at some point.
We contacted a bare hand play by Gustav Graterol, cool as a cucumber. I don't know if you teach that, but he looks like he's in a rocking chair out there pitching in the World Series.
Well, he pitches like he's in a rocking chair, and if he drops this ball right here, you're not going to get too many praises coming from your manager. So good thing he caught it.
Nice.
And threw it to first with no issues.
Missed a lot of this season with a shoulder issue. He comes back and in his first game injures his hamstring. They said that his year was done. He makes this crazy recovery from that, but then gets hurt again. This is first game since September 24th. And it's not just in the World Series, but it's Torres, Soto, and Judge at the top of the Yankees order. Ultimate wild.
Fire away.
Here's the switch hitter Cooper Hummel. 167 on the year, 2 homers, 4 runs batted in. Has struggled recently at the plate, as he has won for his last 24.
Yeah, that is tough sledding.
You can see that note, Dallas, 18 players on the injured list. That's the most in all of baseball, and I would think by a significant margin. Houston has had to go into their minor league ranks for some support here in a crucial part of the season.
Well, that's why player development is as important as it's ever been. You start to get to the latter portion of the season, should you need help, you'd like to think that you have a viable crop of talent to choose from. But I mean, 18 guys on an injured list. We're just a few spots away from having a full roster worth of injured players.
3-2 payoff pitch. Hummel fouls it off of Langeliers.
And I don't care how deep your minor league system is. I don't care how talented your minor league system is. When you start talking about having to dip into it to that extent, and maybe even going outside of the organization because just how rosters work, you just don't have the pieces in place.
3-2. Fly ball to left center. Lawrence on the run. He closes the gap and makes the catch. 1-2-3 inning for Jeffrey Springs. The A's lead by 5. Top of the 3rd inning. Athletics lead 5-0. Chris Carey, Dallas Braden here in Houston.
Card here for Dave Roberts.
Well, we asked him, you know, what do you expect from a guy that really hasn't pitched? He said, I'm not worried about his head in the moment. You just wait to see what kind of stuff's going to come out. And like I said, he's got a $1 million arm. It just seems so easy for him to throw 98, and he does look like he's having fun every time he goes out there. Maybe sometimes too much fun.
Yeah, geez, Alex Vesia, who missed the championship series, back for this World Series. Soto tries to check his swing, but he goes around and it's 2-2. It's worth mentioning Evan Phillips is not on this World Series roster, out with a shoulder issue, and so that's part of the reason too why you see Graterol.
Yeah, that was a big blow. Big blow to the Dodgers. They got that blow with Vesia the previous series, but they traded Vesia coming back for this series.
2-2. Soto takes ball 3.
Miss. It's unbelievable. This kid is on another planet. Nick Kurtz is in a universe all his own. That high five line is very different than any other high five line we have seen. His teammates at this moment in time are more so in awe.
He's going for homer number 2 of the game on that swing.
How about this, Chris? Over that 12-game hitting streak, north of 500. 22 for 43, including tonight, 2 for 2, a 2-run homer, a single. He scored twice.
One, two, high in the air, deep left center field. Traveling back is Hummel, and it is off the wall. Cortez coming around to score, and Kurtz has a double to the deepest part of the ballpark.
Churn it up, Big Amish. A swing as smooth as butter, baby. My goodness. I mean, you close your eyes and squint, it's almost like it's a sprinkler up there because it just continues to spray, spray, spray in all directions. And Nick Kurtz picking on the left side here recently. And that RBI double is going to help Joe Espada make his decision. Gusto gone.
A's lead 7-0. We're back here in Houston, and it's been all A's tonight. RBI double from Kurtz, his 3rd RBI of the game, his 2nd extra base hit of the game, his 40th extra base hit of the season, and it's 7-0 with Rooker coming up.
Well, after the double, Joe Espada, we got Ryan Gusto. It's Nick Hernandez on now for the Astros, just his 3rd appearance this season. And Chris, I know we've been watching what Nick Kurtz has done here recently, and I think it's really starting to take hold across the game.
Swing and a miss. Rooker down on strikes.
But when trying to contextualize what we're watching unfold, just take a look at this. MLB history, age 22 or younger, to log 19, but foul nonetheless.
I thought after Simeon's home run a few games ago where it scraped the left field foul pole, we wouldn't see one that close again, and we do now.
Well, and that one, remember, that ball did shoot right off that foul pole, and it ricocheted down into the stands, so you couldn't really see the ball travel. You weren't sure quite where it ended up.
Shea's been swinging a hot stick over his last 7, 385 with 2 homers and 7 batted in. It's 10 for 26. Did go 0 for 3, however. The sacrifice fly in the 5th inning last night. Gusto's 1-2 pitch. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kurtz on first after extending his hitting streak to 12 games with an opposite field single. Right side open for Langoliers. Gusto's 2-2. Foul back.
Looks like Gusto wants to climb that ladder with the fastball once he gets ahead. Maybe even just with 2 strikes, he likes that fastball up top, something we have seen here twice with Cortez and with Brent Rooker. Langoliers able to foul that off.
The next 2-2. Sprayed foul. Gusto at home this year, 3-2, 5.29 ERA in 12 games, where he has started 8 of those 12. 296 opponent average when pitching at home. And here comes pitch number 8 of this battle. Ripped into left, a base hit. What an at-bat by Langeliers, and he keeps the inning going for Soderstrom.
Fantastic at-bat. Spoiled the put-away fastball a few times. You finally get him to of what Nick Kurtz is doing, as opposed to celebrating what they're seeing. They've never seen anything like this.
I've run out of words. Colby Thomas up, swinging through a fastball, now 1-2.
Well, and he has sent Astros fans quietly, yet begrudgingly, out to the parking lot. They don't know what to make of it.
Best game of his young major league career is here tonight in Houston.
And for very good reason. We can start with 3 of them. Here's the last one. 97-mile-an-hour fastball, top shelf, churned and burned on. Raise a bar and raise a fastball. The big Amish can do it all. Hammer time. Second deck.
Swing and a miss. So 11-2 the score.
That's the list. It is 3 deep. One of them's a Hall of Famer. I think a lot of folks have big aspirations for Yordan Alvarez. And what we are seeing unfold with Nick Kurtz right now, and what we have heard in terms of evaluation from Hall of Famers themselves, the sky is the limit for this young man.
And it has been amazing by the athletic scouting department. They have been open and honest, saying that if they had the #1 pick last year, they would have gone with Kurtz. And Kurtz has more than played the part. 2-1. High in the air to deep left. Shea Langeliers has homered, and it's a 9-0 game.
The Athletics are just terrorizing the baseball right now. My goodness. Slider, you've got a gyro slider, but you can see against righties the batting average on that slider, 321. Left-handers, well, they just don't see it quite as well. So I think it stands to reason.
Line drive to center. In comes Butler, and on the run he makes the catch. So Springs faces the minimum. The A's lead 3-0.
August is in Ring of the Action. You can get ready for explosive fireworks, exclusive gear, and more. From backpacks to hats, there's something for every fan. These can't miss promos won't stick around for long. See what's coming and lock in your seats at athletics.com/promotions.
Going to be a busy and fun month of August for the Athletics, and fun month for the fans as well. The A's lead 3-0 here in the top of the second, with Urshela and Schumann at the bottom of the order coming up before turning it up to Cortez for a second time against Gusto. Fired in 31 pitches in the first inning, and did surrender those 3 runs off of 4 hits. 2-0 to Gio. Tipped into Diaz's glove, make it 2-1. Urshela had a great game last night, going 3 for 4, just his 3rd 3-hit game of the year. And the last time that happened was on April the 24th against the Texas Rangers. popped up high in the air. Walker moving into foul territory and making the catch. 1 down.
Chris, we had mentioned the road for Ryan Gusto to not only get to the big leagues, but frankly just to get onto a baseball field. It had been quite an effort for Ryan Gusto. You're talking about a guy who, believe it or not, got a little Michael Jordan in him. Probably think, what? Ryan Gusto cut from his high school baseball team, not once, not twice, 3 times. Cut 3 different times, told, sorry, no go. Did squeeze a year in his sophomore year. But outside of that, no. Breaking ball elevated. Able to go up and get around it. And the man they call Shea Langeliers has lifted off again. To the deep part of the Crawford boxes.
Soderstrom had a home run last inning. Now he's ahead at 2 balls and no strikes. He, like Kurtz, has a pair of extra base hits and 3 RBIs tonight, as well as 2 runs scored. Nine runs off of 9 hits. Fouled away. And the offensive talent has never been in question for the green and gold.
Oh, no.
For many of these guys being in their first, second, or third years of major league service, the future is very bright on the offensive side of the game. Swing and a drive down the right field line, but foul.
And you mentioned it earlier, but when you start to look up and down this lineup and you think about what Kurtz is providing from the left side, Soderstrom and what he's capable of, Lawrence Butler, I mean, you've got 3 really good left-handers right there alone. That's a 30-year lineup that you're going to count for. And there's pop, there's speed. We're seeing the ability to hit for average. And then you flip it over and you think about a guy like that man right there, 2-time All-Star and Brent Rooker, the fellow who just left the ballpark, and Shea Langeliers. Let's not forget about Jacob Wilson, who was pacing Aaron Judge.
3-2, and he's caught looking. Shea Langeliers homers for a 15th time this year. A 2-run shot to, as Dallas said, the deepest part of the Crawford boxes. It's 9-0 A's. You more of a cinnamon pretzel guy or a regular?
No, you're going to have to hit me.
1-0 to Rooker, bouncing ball to third. It goes foul.
Well, I'm not quite sure how foul that was. I think Mauricio Dubois, the way he reacted to the play, felt like it may have been a little closer than it was. You see that ball just, apparently just on the other side of that foul line as it crossed over the bag.
So Rooker has a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 1 for 4 he went last night with a run scored in the Athletics' 5-2 victory, snapping their 4-game losing streak, also snapping Houston's 4-game winning streak. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Gusto coming right after him with that fastball. The pitch he uses a lot. 46% of the time you're getting that 4-seam fastball. He's got a curve, a cutter, a sinker, a sweeping slider, a changeup, and he does feature the traditional gyro slider. You probably see that gyro slider more to the left-handers than the right-handers, looking to sweep that slider away with a little more lateral movement to the right-handers.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Rooker. But Gusto will fire over to first. Kurtz back in, standing up. Rooker in left field, his 6th game in left this season. So they're steadily getting him out more on the defensive side of the ball this year. It's a good thing to see. Has done well in the corner outfield spots. 2-2 pitch, and he swings through a fastball and misses. Another strikeout for Gusto. 2 away on his 2 strikeouts.
Well, we'll take you back to June 16th. Earlier this season, Gusto squared off against the green and gold back in West Sac and had himself a decent ball game. 5 innings, just 3 hits allowed, punched out 8. Remember, Gusto had some folks in the ballpark. He was born in Santa Rosa, California. Drafted by the Astros in 2019. Called Carolina home. That's where he grew up.
Which one of the Carolinas? There's 2 of them. North
Carolina. Tar Heel territory.
You ever been to North Carolina?
I would have no reason to go to North Carolina.
Whitewater rafting? That seems like right up your alley.
When you got the best whitewater rafting in the country in West Virginia, that's probably where you go, which is where I go.
1-1, pop back foul. There's a little bit of animosity in your voice. Is there the competitive flair between West Virginia and North Carolina that I don't know about?
Not necessarily. I just learned very quickly and very early that West Virginia does have some of the best, if not the best, rapid offerings in the country / the world. And I was not aware of that, but I was made aware of that very quickly. Years ago.
I think you and Emo are going to have a conversation about North Carolina that you're not going to like.
I've got numbers.
1-2 breaking ball lifted high and deep to left field. Hummel on the run. He's still going at the track and by the wall. It is a foul ball.
Well, I think what we'll see on the replay here is a fan's going to reach over the wall and grab this thing, and it's not really going to matter because it's foul. You can see where this ball ends up, and it's close.
And even though they've not gotten much from their biggest star, Judge had that home run against Clase in Game 3, but he's just 5 for 41 in this postseason. On an 0-2 for Flaherty, leaves it in the dirt, ball 1.
With these hitters, when you make the pitch that he made previous, the natural human process is I can make a better pitch. And then what you end up doing is wasting a couple pitches to get the hitter back in the count.
Swing and a miss. He got him with a slider.
Again, all set up by that first fastball that he dotted on the outside part of the corner. Allows this slider, which is in the zone, for Aaron Judge to be in between and miss it.
Well, John, with the way that Judge relatively has struggled, what Giancarlo Stanton's done, it's caught by Volpe. No score on to the 2nd inning, and Anthony Rizzo to lead things off. 429 in the championship series with 2 broken fingers. The Yankees first baseman takes strike 1 from Jack Flaherty. They say that it's mostly bothering him defensively. You'll see him catch with 2 hands, but at the plate, he says the adrenaline kind of kicks in, and he's doing just whatever he can to contribute. A lot of that's just been flipping the ball the other way. Here he even shows bunt and takes high.
Well, if he does bunt it, it's an easy base hit. They are way shifted over, and now Max is coming in a little bit to respect. Will he do it again?
But Jack Flaherty's looked a whole lot better than he did his last time out so far.
He really has. And you go to work in that time off, you look at film, and you try to get your mechanics back on plane. And that has showed up in his fastball already. Electric, late life, and you know he can throw the breaking ball.
That's crazy, but it's happened a few times this year, John, where it'll drop down to 90, 91 one start, and he says that he just feels out of sync with that delivery. And it's like, okay, it seems like where there's smoke, there's fire, but then he'll come back in the next start, and it's way up.
Well, he's such a good athlete. Making the adjustments should be easier to him. But it's still never fun to not have your best stuff going into a post.
Who has a huge smile on his face. We caught up with Mr. Thome during our time in Detroit, and he had a lot of good things to say about Nick Kurtz.
Three balls and 2 strikes.
The Athletics having scored tonight in every inning but 2, just the 5th and the 7th, the only scoreless frames.
In the air to right, drawing Cortez back. Now he slows and makes the catch. Diaz will move up 90 feet. The Astros are down to their final out, and it's Shea Whitcomb coming up. (15-3) the score. 1 out away from a historic individual performance and a big Athletics win. Strike 1. Driven to deep left. Colby Thomas broke back, now comes in. This should do it, and it does. The Athletics win 15-3 on the shoulders of Nick Kurtz.
Well, it was a historical night for a lot of different reasons. A lot of loud noise off the bat of Nick Kurtz. Glad his family was in the ballpark to see it. This will be a night that none of these guys on the green and gold will ever forget.
A's win tonight 15-3 on the shoulders of Nick Kurtz, the first major league rookie ever to have a 4-homer game. Nick, can you walk us through what you're feeling right now, the emotions? I mean, has it set in yet that you've made history?
No, I can't. You know, it's hard to think about this day being, you know, kind of real. Still feels like a dream. So it's pretty remarkable. I'm kind of speechless. Don't really know what to say.
I was going to ask you, man, how do you put in perspective, and you and I have kind of talked about it at times, but you're just a year or so away from being drafted and understanding you're just starting the adventure of becoming a professional, let alone a big leaguer. And here you are today, as Chris said, the youngest man to have a 4-homer game in baseball history, the first rookie to achieve this mark. What does it mean to you to be able to have this moment so quickly, so soon in your young career?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. The thing a year ago, I was probably in Arizona right now, right after the draft, and just getting ready to go out and, you know, play in Stockton. Now I'm here, and, you know, today kind of happened. It's insane. I don't even know what to say, Dallas. I mean, I got no idea.
Well, yeah. Nick, today is made even more special knowing that you had family and friends in town watching it. They've always known that you've had
this postseason that much more important. And once again, October has transformed this guy into a different dude.
His timing, his legs, his mechanics are really good at the plate right now. When he's calm and letting pitches travel and doesn't have roller skates on his spikes, meaning his feet are all over the place, he's comfortable. And when a hitter's comfortable with that kind of power, he's looking for a mistake, and then he does not miss it.
4 home runs in 5 games in the championship series. The ALCS MVP. Ahead of Jack Flaherty, 2 balls, 1 strike. Rewarding performance sponsored by Capital One. He makes his World Series debut at Dodger Stadium, the place he says made him love baseball. Grew up coming to games here with his dad, and since becoming a big leaguer, 10 home runs in 25 games here. Runner at first, 2 out, 2-1 is inside, ball 3.
Soto controlled the count. He got a walk. Stanton controlling the count. 3-1. Dangerous pitch here to a hitter with this kind of power.
Flaherty throws, and Stanton takes generous inside corner there. A little bit all over so far from Carlos Torres.
That, again, is so key to establish your fastball. Now he can spin it if he wants to. He's got Stanton just a little bit guessing after hitting that fastball.
Bouncing ball to short, and Tommy Edman, who kicks it. And an error opens the door for the Yankees here in the first. Tommy Edman, the NLCS MVP, so sure-handed all year, with an error in the first inning here of the World Series.
Tremendous topspin on this ball. He hits it straight down into the ground, and it takes a huge hop. The in-between hop for a shortstop gives them the most trouble after it comes off the grass, and it ate him up. To me, this next batter is probably the most important batter for the Yankees. He started off great. He's been cold lately. He breaks up the right-handers, and he's got electricity in his bat, according to his manager.
Jazz Chisholm squares around and takes strike one. Traded from the 100-loss Marlins to the pennant-winning Yankees, and he's talked about loving the big moment. Talk about his energy, the joy that he plays with. He was really good in the 2 months after the trade, but he's 5 out of 34 in the postseason.
But, I mean, opposing pitchers at this point would just be better served to let Nick Kurtz walk up to the plate, let his song finish, turn around and throw the ball over the wall yourself.
This has been fun. Fun game to take in. Now 2-2. Soderstrom's had a nice night. 2 for 3. A double, a homer, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Swing and a miss. Soderstrom down on strikes, but Kurtz homers for the 3rd time tonight. Love him or hate him, tonight you can't possibly hope to contain him here in Houston. It's 11-2. Alvarado against McCormick. First pitch swinging and missing. 2 words. Nick Kurtz. That's my summary for you.
Enough said. Enough said.
I like to talk, and I haven't seen anything quite like this. This type of dominance offensively in a game where it's just being able to hit the ball.
Getting into the lower half as you start to work down the mound. And you want to be in a position where you can utilize the ground, and you're trying to stay anchored as long as you can so that you can benefit from using the energy from the earth. And with that front leg cocked the way it is, what that's doing is just trying to reinforce a cue for him, which is just trying to stay closed, trying to stay linear down the slope.
Butler strikes out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Hernandez. 3 straight going back to the 4th inning.
Slider kept it just slightly away, but caught a lot of the strikes.
Get hit. That's where you want to get hit. But we followed the Dodgers this whole postseason, and it's really been their bullpen and timely you think 4 innings. When you hear it at home, you're like, 4 innings, how hard is that for a starter to go? Well, given all the injuries, that's a way better than 2-3 innings. And they're hoping for 4 or 5 tonight, because what it does is it sets the series in motion for how Dave Roberts is going to use his electric pen.
Anthony Volpe here with a runner at first, nobody out. 23-year-old shortstop has been at his best so far in his first October. On base all 9 games this postseason. We saw it earlier this year, John. He had flattened his swing, got a little bit too uppercut as a rookie last year. It looked awesome, but it came and went. Well, it's back.
It is back, and good timing for him and the Yankees. It's no different than a pitcher. We talk about the front side staying in as a pitcher. The front side of a hitter and not opening too soon is huge. And when you get in that bad habit, you then can't reach anything outside. You can't go the other way. You swing and miss on breaking balls. So keeping that front shoulder in, staying on the ball is the term. That'll serve him well.
1 ball, 1 strike. Volpe takes a curve for a strike. 1-2. It's the hobbled veteran first baseman providing the first hit on both sides. Freeman with a triple, Rizzo with his infield hit. The 1-2 to Volpe is a fastball that misses away.
That was such a great pitch because he was expecting spin and he locked him up and just didn't get the call. The curveball gives Volpe some issues. See how his hip first move is to go to third base? He would have been locked up if that was called a strike.
On a 2-2, he swings and misses. A curveball retires him, and Flaherty's got his second K. We take a look at Fox Foresight, powered by Google Cloud, giving the Yankees 46% chance to score 5 runs. Why is that? Well, they average 5 runs per game in the regular season, and so far in the postseason.
Growing up around the Braves, you always thought the big rivalry was Braves and Mets, with the amount of success Chipper Jones had against New York at Shea Stadium. That is a big rivalry between the Mets and the Phillies, especially late in the season when both teams are good. There's a lot of metropolitan passion out of New York. Fouled away, now 1-2.
Fanatical, yes. Maniacal at times, yes. Appreciated, 100%.
I remember hearing a story about when the Eagles won their Super Bowl. Was that Nick Foles year? I think it was 2017. They had to Crisco.
Yep. The lamppost.
So nobody would climb up.
That's knowing your city.
Fouled back. That is not an environment that would be very comfortable for visiting opponents to go to in the postseason. And when you saw what the New York Knicks were doing during the NBA playoffs, how deep they went, how crazy it was outside of Madison Square Garden, those could be 2 fan bases that are going to have a lot of fun in the postseason. Not to mention the Yankees are right in the thick of it too. Could you imagine a Yankees and Mets World Series in 2025 with all the storylines during the offseason? Juan Soto going from one side to the other.
On the Yankees feeling like, maybe we got the better end of the deal that we did not land Juan Soto in.
And the Yankees, they've added just getting Ryan McMahon from Colorado to play third base.
And that's the thing right there, is to play third base. I know a lot of folks, instantly, and I think it happens when you start to talk about players from Colorado specifically, but you start to highlight, well, what do the road numbers look like? Because there's such a strong bias in place about what anybody in Colorado does offensively in that ballpark. But they needed help at the position. They needed help defensively.
2-2, ground ball to third. Whitcomb gobbles it up onto Matthews over to first. And a 5-4-3 double play ends the top of the 7th. The A's will go to the stretch, up 8 runs. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. Beautiful skyline, beautiful score line.
I am with you, partner, and Elvis Alvarado on now to keep that score line right where it's at least on the Houston Astros behalf. We have watched Elvis Alvarado, I think, start to really make some strides. See, it's Diaz to fly out for the first out of the inning. Jeffrey Springs Also a pretty good line. 88 pitches for the left-hander, got him 6 innings worth of work under his belt. Scattered 4 hits about Dyken Park tonight. 2 earned runs, 1 free pass, 5 punch-outs. Did allow a long ball, but at this point, a moot point.
We were talking about it in the open. Just wanted to see a bounce-back start from him, even though it wasn't a horrible start against Cleveland. A shorter start than he would have liked, but now a quality start here tonight, in line for the win in a 10-2 game. Couldn't ask much more from your number 1 and number 2 guys in Severino and Springs here in Houston.
No, this is exactly how you draw it up, especially against a team that is capable of what the Astros are capable of.
So Urias is at second, and Schumann bumps over to short. 3-1. A's to come up in the top of the 8th inning. Cortez, Kurtz, and Rooker. Swing and a miss. 3-2.
Well, there's a couple things that are sitting right in front of Nick Kurtz, and that's a potential 3-homer game. That is still the potential for a nice trip around.
They've done it more often than not. Here's one of the breakout stars from the regular season in Austin Wells coming to the plate. The rookie catcher took over the cleanup spot midway through the year. But back to the end of the regular season, he's in a 5-for-74 slump.
Yeah, and this is why he's been moved down. Now, he did respond with a home run when he got moved down, but here's the part of the order for both ball clubs that getting on base, turning the top of the lineup, is huge. You've got 8 and 9. Now, Flaherty can get out of this inning without facing the top of the Yankees lineup, but it's the bottom that's going to be so important for each club.
Here's a 1-1. Wells swings and misses. That's where teams have gone. And isn't that what happens, right? The league finds what your weakness is, and they're going to go there until you cover it up.
That's the name of the game. That's baseball, and that's why it's a cruel sport, a game of failures.
1-2. Flaherty to Wells with a 2-2, and it's chopped over Freddie Freeman. Long run for Gavin Lux. Freeman now back to the bag, and into scoring position goes Rizzo. 2 away. 2 gone in this second inning. It's Alex Verdugo in his first season with the Yankees, and playing his old team here, back where he began his career in LA. So the 9-hitter for the Yankees with a chance to get him on the
season start. And there's nowhere to hide, nowhere to go, and just got to make necessary adjustments. He's done it.
Trying to bounce back from those 8 runs in 3 innings in Game 5 against the Mets. Home with another 1-2 to Rizzo. Popped out of his hand. It's been drastic one way or the other. He got blown up in that Game 5, but in Game 1, 7 scoreless innings. And that fastball you're talking about, that was his best pitch that day.
It's so important that he gets innings tonight.
Rizzo ricochets it off him. Flaherty runs it down but has no play, and Anthony Rizzo's got an infield hit.
Luckily, that got him on all of the shoe, I think. It didn't get the shin or the ankle. Caught the bottom of the shoe. That's if you're going to get
board first. Pinpoint from Flaherty in strike 1.
Yeah, he's been struggling of late and really been doing his work on off speed. You saw that first pitch fastball right down Broadway, sitting on soft stuff.
They're just 194 in this postseason for Verdugo, but the defenses continue to be really good. And they got enough big bats in this lineup where they've been able to live with that. Trying to get it turned around to Torres at the top of the order. The 1-1. Verdugo grounds it up the middle, but a perfectly positioned Tommy Edman. Dodgers swept the Yankees in that 63 Fall Classic. Ball 1 to Max Muncy as Garrett Cole goes back to work.
Sometimes when you're pitching, the team will give you cues to what to look for. In the first inning, 3 of the first 4 batters swung at the first pitch. Tells me the Dodgers are going to be aggressive. On a team that really is not that aggressive on first pitches, Garrett Cole, you got to read what's going on, especially when it's this big of a moment, and what the team's trying to do against you.
His 2-0 to Muncy is a curve in there for a strike. And statistically, we've never had a World Series matchup.
Gio has a pair of pop outs to first in foul ground. He's 0 for 2. And swinging and missing on a fastball 0-1.
With that slider, you can see again Hernandez on the third base side just trying to create a tough angle on these right-handed hitters. You think about left-handed pitchers against left-handed hitters, and if the pitcher's extreme first base side of the rubber, for those lefties it feels like it's almost coming out of right center, right field from behind them. Just an uncomfortable visual.
Well, if Gio is unable to reach and is retired, it'll be the first inning the A's haven't scored in an offensive inning tonight. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, and 3 in the fourth. Fouled back, now 2-2. Hernandez.
And the game on Volpe's plate. Tied at 2 in the 10th. Treinen throws. Volpe takes a breaker for a strike.
That first move again, you just watch the hip, and as a pitcher and catcher combination, you're going to watch how he's reacted to the previous pitches, and then you really don't need to deviate much. Keep making those kind of pitches and see if he can make the adjustment.
Great speed at second. Go ahead run. Treinen will take a peek. Arms for the Dodgers in the outfield. Decent in left in Teoscar Hernandez. Good in center in Kike Hernandez. And decent in right Mookie Betts. They play shallow. There goes Chisholm. No throw from Will Smith. A big 90 feet for Jazz Chisholm.
It sure was. You had Max Muncy playing back. And now stress on the infield. They're going to have to bring him in. I said he's capable of going to third, and he did. High leg kick, and really not even an offer for Max Muncy to get to third.
Go ahead run at third. 1 gone in the 10th. 1-1 pitch.
How about that? Last Athletic with a 3-homer game. Well, it was the Law Dog.
And wasn't that in July in Cincinnati?
Mm-hmm.
Something about the month.
I think it was August.
It was during that tear. Langeliers fouls it away. I'm thinking about that 3-homer game in July in Philadelphia for Butler as well. Something about this month.
The chance to atone for that here. Bounces one right side. Routine ground ball for Gavin Lux. Against Garrett Cole to makes his 4th start in what has been an up and down postseason. But John, if Cole and the Yankee starters pitch the way they're capable of, this becomes the biggest single advantage in this series.
Yeah, it really is. They need Garrett Cole to continue kind of the record they have in his starts in the postseason. 13-7 when he starts. He's off to a big-time challenge facing this guy.
The one-of-a-kind Shohei Ohtani. Swings at the first pitch, sends a fly ball to center field. Judge is backing up, and he just misses, homering on the first pitch of his World Series career.
There is nothing better and more nervous than to throw a first pitch fastball to Ohtani But the best part is you get an out. The nervous part is you think you might have given up a home run. So challenged him right away. Garrett Cole may not have his electric fastball that he had before he got hurt, but he's still got a good enough fastball. He pitches with gears, two-seam fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup.
From one MVP to another here in Mookie Betts, that's strike one. Of course, Ohtani John is the headliner, but then you've got Betts, who came to life in the championship series. 346, 2 home runs, and 9 driven in against the Mets.
When you play with the greatest player in the game, he makes the other greatest players in the game look a little normal. He made Mike Trout look normal. And now Mookie Betts, he's one of the top 5 in the game, and he gets to bat behind the greatest player in the game. That makes the Dodgers special.
Lifts his fly ball to left field. Verdugo paused at first, now goes back onto the track, and a couple long flyouts to open the day for Cole. A couple beats the heart skip, but 2 up and 2 down.
Yeah, that's a little unusual with 2 strikes, but for Garrett Cole, the most surprising thing we saw when I looked through all the data, he has not struck out a right-handed batter now in 43 straight at-bats. That is shocking to me when I looked at it.
Having to evolve, learn different ways to get guys out, not totally overwhelming as he's been throughout his career. Freddie Freeman's back in the lineup for the Dodgers, battling that ankle injury. And they're hoping that close to a full week off is going to load that tank up enough for him to be more himself.
Yeah, and the one thing that people have to understand, what he's battling through, you need your legs, your feet, you hit from the ground up. He's still good enough to hit with his upper body, but he loses the power and the bat speed on the pitches inside.
And he's in an 0-2 hole.
It's been a simple game plan so far for Garrett Cole. He's throwing his fastball, seeing what happens, and 2 outs and 0-2 on the 3rd hitter.
So 6 pitches in. Comes back home with an 0-2 to Freeman. It is a fastball upstairs.
You will see his velocity go up when he's in a jam. But I think until there's a jam or runners on, he's going to be in cruising speed, trying to make pitches location-wise more than velocity.
Breaking pitches, punched by the bag and down the left field line for Freddie Freeman. Going to test that ankle right away. He'll cruise into second and think about 3 as Verdugo can't play it cleanly. Freeman's into 3rd. Oh, you talk about testing the ankle in a big way. A base hit turns into 3. You just never bet against Freddie Freeman.
No, and teams keep shifting him, and he can do this at will. When you shift him way off the line.
I sit here and I just try to think about what the future holds for a guy like Nick Kurtz and what you're seeing unfold right now.
I mean, it could have been a 4-homer game. That double, the left center was just a few feet short of what would be a 4-homer game instead of a 3-homer game.
When our men on radio, Johnny Dosco's been saying it this entire road trip. The 3-homer game is coming. The 3-homer game is coming.
We have seen an early offensive surge tonight. You think about the whole road trip, the A's struggled to get hits in the 1st and 2nd innings. That has not been the case tonight. Already racked up 5 runs off of 5 hits. Langeliers is responsible for a hit and a run tonight. Popped foul and out of play. It's a very special weekend for the game of baseball. Anybody who observes, supports, of course, the Athletics are wearing their typical batting helmets, but if you see Houston's caps, there are patches on the right side to commemorate the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, and all of the inductees, past, present, and future, as Gusto strikes out Langoliers looking. So there's that patch, Dallas. National Baseball Hall of Fame. And quite an impressive group is going to be inducted into Cooperstown this weekend.
Well, and there's that patch on those Kelly Green lids for the Athletics, and you're right, Chris, it is a wonderful time of year. Time of year and a weekend in which baseball legends become immortalized.
Soderstrom bangs one to deep right. That ball is not coming back. And the Boo Birds are out in Houston. Soderstrom's 19th of the year, his 60th RBI. It's now 6-0 green and gold.
Well, these Astros fans have watched the green and gold drop 11 runs on their Astros here in about 11 2/3 innings, 11 1/3, I should say. And Tyler Soderstrom, remember, he had that RBI double his first at bat. Steps up here, delivers a solo shot to keep the scoring going.
Wilson had an RBI single, snapping a 4-game hitless streak. He's ahead at 2 balls and no strikes. Sometimes all you need is one to get you back in a good spot. Saw it right through the middle, and now at 2-0. We'll take again. 3 balls and no strikes.
Well, lefties coming into the ball game slugging .514 against Gusto. 8 homers, .297 average. Jacob Wilson able to work the free pass. Let's take a look at where this pitch that Sodi.
Keep Jazz Chisholm from coming in to score.
Yeah, normally the base runner gets that head start with 2 outs and keeps going around the bag. But good third base coaching, keeping him at third, and great infield defense, keeping the runner from scoring.
Back to the top in Torres. 2 gone in a tie game in the 9th. In ball 1 from Kopech. Gleyber Torres, I mean, what a roller coaster of a career he's had. He broke in those first couple of years, 21 years old, an all-star. And then years of hearing trade rumors, just barely hanging on, but surging here in October. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You cannot have a big swing against Kopech. You will not hit the ball. Meaning the bigger the swing, the harder you're trying to hit it. It just doesn't work well with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone. You've got to be short and quick and let his power be your help you out as a hitter. Because if you try to generate that power by having a big swing, you're going to miss the ball. You're going to be underneath. The fastball has an illusion that it rises out of Kopech at times.
Here's his 2-1. Gleyber Torres lifts a fly ball to left center field. Headed deep there. It is gone with some help from a fan.
They're going to call that fan interference.
He reached over, and immediately the call from the left field umpire, Chad Fairchild. So instead of a home run.
And he was right. It happens here tonight on July the 25th of 2025 in Houston.
I mean, this is a night, as Langoliers works a 2-out walk here. This is a night that Nick Kurtz, along with his family, will never forget.
the way he's hit against Houston, you wonder this ballpark playing to his strengths for many years to come. Think of the man at the plate, Tyler Soderstrom, and how well he's hit in Seattle in his young career. Could this be a place? Bouncing ball foul, 0-1.
Well, the thing with Nick Kurtz and the swing that you are seeing is I don't know that there's a ballpark that technically suits him with his ability to drive the ball out of anywhere. and I say that facetiously because I think it's understood that, you know, parked in the friendly confines of some certain ballparks, you can really start to project what the offense might look like.
Bunt shown and a strike taken. So 1-2 on Volpe.
You can still do it with 2 strikes. If you foul off a bunt, it's just a strikeout. But you can still recognize the pitch and still put this ball in play if he decides to square around for that safety squeeze.
Indefensible if you put it down right. Infield in, 1-2 pitch. He was going to swing away, took a breaking ball outside, and it's 2-2.
I'm just telling you, the way he's reacting to the breaking ball, it wouldn't be a bad play. With 2 strikes, you can see the break better, and you can put the ball in play. But he almost went after that pitch, which was way out of the zone.
First and third, 1 gone in the 10th. Trinan looking for a K is 2-2. Ground ball, diving stop. Edman can't get it out of his glove, and the Yankees take the lead. They get the out at second, but Chisholm's in to score. He's sinking.
Well, he really is doing a good job mixing and matching his pitches, throwing enough fastballs we talked about for strikes, and mixing in that breaking ball.
Let's go down to Tom Verducci.
Thanks. With Yankees manager Aaron Boone. Aaron, your guys are seeing a lot of spin from Jack Flaherty. The velocity's up on the breaking ball. How do you see the approach of your hitters against it?
Yeah, all right. I do feel like he's spinning the ball pretty well. Ausmus and I were talking about that. Like, he's got a pretty good breaking ball and a little more power than obviously we saw out of him in his last start. So looks like he's in command so far.
Your starting pitcher, Garrett Cole, 6 of the outs on elevated heaters. What stands out to you about his stuff?
I like he's under control. He's established his fastball and now starting to mix in some of his secondary stuff that's looked good to me too. He seems to be in control.
Aaron, thanks so much.
You bet.
A couple quick outs in this 4th inning for his counterpart in Jack Flaherty. Yeah, now Anthony Rizzo has got one of the 2 Yankees hits. I mean, this is heady stuff for both these guys. We talked about it off at the top. You got Cole pitching for the team that he grew up dreaming of pitching for. Jack Flaherty's first time at Dodger Stadium came before he was old enough to even realize it, when his mom brought him in a onesie when he was 6 months old. He come to more than 100 games here as a kid. He'd go to like 20 games a summer. When he was in high school, he pitched a shutout and drove in the only run in a sectional championship 1-0 win. And now he's on the mound for the Dodgers in the World Series. I mean, that is pinch me stuff for both these starting pitchers, on top of managing all the emotions you're already going to have on this stage.
Yeah, well, they made the trade to get him over here to help that staff that was bruised up and already delivering in a World Series start after we talked about having a clunker. And that's the sign of a pitcher making necessary adjustments on the next start if you're given that one.
Let's go over 2-1 to Rizzo, and gets a chase. 2-2.
I mean, he didn't strike out a single guy in his last start.
He only had 2 swings and misses. Rizzo pokes this one to left field. Teoscar Hernandez is there, and Jack Flaherty's got the good stuff back tonight. And leading off this 4th inning in a scoreless game. Strike 1 from Garrett Cole.
Yeah, good luck making the pick between the 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you could go wrong, but they complement each other. One right-handed, one left-handed.
And Mookie bats. Fouls this one off, and it's 0-2. 6 years in Boston. Hard to believe that he's now been in LA for almost that same amount of time. It's his 5th year here with the Dodgers. Was won a World Series in his first year in 2020. And I think because of the attention Ohtani gets, it now feels like Mookie Betts has become underrated, underappreciated for the total. As Chisholm, you got the run of left-handers right here, and Dave Roberts goes to one of the 2 lefties he's got in that pen. The rotation decimated by injuries this year. This bullpen has been the saving strength, covering about 60% of the Dodgers innings this postseason. Rondo 1.59 ERA, 6 games this postseason. 2-2 on Chisholm. And the top guys, when he goes to his top arms, almost untouchable. A 0.84 ERA for the top 6 arms in that bullpen. Bonda's 2-2. Chisholm pulls a bullet into right field for a base hit.
So I want you to watch this at bat, this pitch sequence, what Stanton was able to do. 2 first pitches are going to be breaking balls below the zone. Swing and a miss, look bad. Here, even look worse. But this pitch right here, if it's not a competitive pitch, it resets Stanton. And he stays inside the ball in an inner half curveball and just absolutely devastated this crowd and the Dodgers.
Freddie Freeman, all he can do is admire it. Soaring home run, a 2-1 lead for the Yankees. We mentioned that Giancarlo used to come here games with his dad when he was a kid, and they'd get here in time for batting practice, run around the left field pavilion to catch souvenirs. And on one of those trips, he said to his dad, "When I grow up, I'm going to hit one completely out of this place." And Dad kind of laughed, like, okay. But 15 years later, with his dad in the stands watching, he did just that. He homered over the awning of the left field pavilion here. One of 5 guys ever to do that. Manifesting it, really. Yeah, joining the list of Stargell, McGuire, Piazza. Fernando Tatis Jr. has since done it. There goes Chisholm from first, and he's stolen second easily.
And I got to say this about Stanton, one of the most maligned Yankees because of his injury past. He's had so many injuries. Last year was not a good year. He found a way to stay healthy and make some adjustments. He's been a pro's pro to every teammate that's been around him, and his manager has said the way he's handled and the way he's gone about it is no surprise why he's doing what he's doing right now.
17 postseason home runs. He's in his 15th season, 7th one in New York, and you're right, so much of the story has been about the frustrations and about the injuries, but now you're talking about 17 home runs stacking up right there in Yankees franchise history, and in postseason history, period. He's #1 all time, homering once every 8 at-bats, just ahead of Babe Ruth.
And partner, if you're wondering how the month of July has gone for Nick Kurtz, well, his .417 average is the best among AL hitters. The .488 on base percentage is the best. The .1042 slugging percentage, also the best. And you're right, so is the .1529 OPS. But the 21 runs he scored, those are the most. The 13 doubles, nobody has more. How about the 10 homers this month?
Line drive in the alley in left center field. That'll drop down for a hit, and Trammell will attempt to take second. The throw in is good, but just late.
Well, those 10 homers, those are more than anybody in the month of July in the American League. The 24 RBI, also more than anybody in the American League. And the 24 extra base hits, Chris, are also the high water mark in the American League. There has been nobody better this month than the Big Amish.
First player in Athletics history and first rookie in Major League history with a 4-homer game. You were talking about what his future will look like if he's doing this now. in his early 20s.
Well,
what is he going to be able to do when it's all said and done, whenever that is? Bouncing ball to second. Urias has it, throws to first.
He very well might be at some point in time getting ready to write a speech for a weekend like we've got coming up here.
He went to Wake Forest. He's a pretty intelligent guy. I'm sure that speech would be excellent. But we get the unique pleasure of watching this play out for hopefully a very, very long time. Yainer Diaz is up in a 15-2 game. Pop back foul, and very, very close. Now that would have been possibly a backbreaker for you, Johnny Dosko, calling a 3-homer game for Kurtz and then catching a foul ball.
Well, you know, something that
fly ball to right, Cortez on the run. He still goes, but it slices foul.
And I'm glad we just had that happen. I'm glad you're able to bring up the name of Cortez, because we need to give him a lot of credit. Because without him shooting that ball back up the middle, we don't get the Nick Kurtz at bat. So congratulations for Mr. Cortez. A couple of knocks tonight for himself. But you're able to pass that baton along, and history is made because of it.
Okay. No balls and 2 strikes. Bounced foul. 15-2 the score. The type of game that can really start to turn things around in the right direction. Oh-2 pitch, high. Usually when you have games like this, they don't happen on the back end of a 3-leg road trip. And this has been a Houston crowd that has been behind their team for years and years and years of success, and they have been silenced tonight by one man.
I mean, he looks like a football player playing baseball, and that's why most people are like, man, how can you not stay healthy? Look, you look like Adonis. Well, it has been that kind of track record that now he's not dealing with, and the Yankees are glad about it.
Bonda's 1-2 to Rizzo. Swung on and missed. Got a chase for strike 3. Yankees 2, Dodgers 1. Top of the 6th. Anthony Volpe's the hitter. Yeah, they're going to put him on intentionally and go lefty-lefty against Austin Wells.
Well, the Yankees played kind of an opposite series of what the Dodgers played. They were in a lot of tight games. They played a lot of exciting baseball. Maybe not so exciting for Aaron Boone, but they won a lot of those games on hits like that and late. And that kind of works when you keep playing in the World Series. You know you've done it, and you can handle it and come up with those big hits.
So after the intentional walk, here's Wells out of the 8th spot, 0 for 2 today. Yeah, the Yankees, as this ball kicks away, nobody's going to move. But the Yankees, all 9 games in the postseason decided by 3 or fewer runs. Well, the Dodgers, they're coming off the most lopsided postseason series ever.
It's amazing how it's been opposite ways to get to the finals. And that man did a great job with all that he had going against him with the injuries. And then Aaron Boone with all the pressure to get to the World Series. One of them's going to be super happy to relieve the amount of pressure, the mountains worth of pressure, that the expectation has been put on both franchises, and especially the Yankees, because they made
10 stolen bases this year. And time is called by Doug Eddings, second base umpire.
But not taking the risk when a guy that could one swing of the bat put 2 more on the board. So pretty much think he was anchored at first base.
Overthrows that one.
Well, since I thought it was 2-2 last time, now it is 2-2. Usually a good count if you are going to run, but no signs of that yet.
Struck him out with the fastball. Garrett Cole to Teoscar Hernandez. Strike one. Orange Lutheran High School to UCLA to the World Series at Dodger Stadium, and man, has he been good.
He really has. Ever since the first inning, it has been electric stuff, and he's turned it up when he needs to, and he's mixing in that curveball. Talked about the curveball being such a key because of the elevation of his fastball. You want that separation from the top of the fastball down to the bottom of the breaking ball. He can mix in his slider, which he makes some adjustments on it. He left a couple sliders up, and since then, he's been on point.
The 0-2 to Hernandez. The breaking pitch taken for a ball. We've seen a little bit of everything from Garrett Cole in this postseason. As you see Clay Holmes getting ready. A couple rocky starts. Had the great one in the clinching game of the division series. He's looked more like that guy tonight. Into the 7th. 2-2. Checking with Tom.
Well, we talked before the game about the galaxy of stars between these two teams. How about the alignment in that last half inning? A Cy Young winner on the mound, tying run at second base, 3 consecutive MVPs coming up. Garrett Cole retired all of them on 3 different pitches, none of which was his best pitch, the 4-seam fastball, all secondary.
And it's kept the Yankees in front.
Yeah, he's done a really good job. And again, I think he's learned a lot. It's one thing to be Garrett Cole with your A stuff and not hurt, and you can rely on just the gas whenever you want it, but he hasn't been able to do that for this year. And I think just the ability to learn how to get hitters out a different way has been impressive to watch. Hey, look, I mean, this stat kind of blew me away when we were pre-gaming this. The Yankees have a stretch now of 7 consecutive games that their starters have done something that you would have assumed there'd be a lot of this. 4 innings plus consecutive with 2 earns or less given up.
Full count on Hernandez. Well, we said it off at the top, John. If these guys pitch the way that they're capable of, they don't have to be superhuman. If they just pitch the way they're capable of, this becomes the biggest advantage in this series for either side. Well, Garrett Cole setting that tone so far tonight. His 3-2 to Teoscar Hernandez is into center field, and a leadoff base hit for a guy who's had so many big hits for this Dodger club in his first year in LA. That may be it for Garrett Cole. Here comes Aaron Boone after the leadoff hit from Teoscar Hernandez. Left-handed batting Max Muncy's due up. Now, one of the key things in this series, John, which version of Clay Holmes do the Yankees get?
I'll tell you what, he is so nasty and can be so unhittable. And you're right. There's times where he's locked in and times where he's given up a lot of hits.
Max Muncy takes ball 1, and it all comes down to that sinker.
Yeah, he's got Blake Trinan type stuff for the Dodgers. You'll see him in this series. That sinker that moves, the breaking ball that's just all crazy break.
Tying run at first. Go ahead at the plate. It's a breaking pitch high. 2-0. Clay Holmes, a 2-time All-Star, as the closer of the Yankees. Lost that job as this year went on. Heavily used in this postseason and looked good early on, but I think he'd run out of steam by the end of that championship series. Perhaps the week break, a good time for him. 2-0. Almost hit him. Up to second goes Hernandez. In fact, it did hit Muncy. Tying run into scoring position, and the go-ahead run is aboard as Holmes has not looked good through 3 pitches.
I mean, that curveball is like it stuck to his hand, and pitching coach is going to come out and recognize something right away. This breaking ball just got away from him. Almost, if you're the Dodgers, you wish it didn't hit him, and you got an advanced base, and Muncy's still at the plate, but still pressure.
Now you've got Kike Hernandez coming to the plate. Tripled and scored the Dodgers run in this game. Take a look at Fox Foresight, powered by Google Cloud. This one looks at the Dodgers, 64% chance to get a run to tie this game up. Around 500 this season in close games.
The glove was in, but see how he pulled it away, and it allowed Mookie to at least foul that ball.
After the fastest pitch of the night from Cole, another 2-2, and Mookie Betts scorched to third, and it's Chisholm off a bounce to get him. Hot corner, extra so, with him pulled in front of the bag, in a position that he had never played before coming to the Yankees at the deadline. He comes up huge.
I mean, you talk about fast reactions and a good glove. You mentioned it, not really his position. And as soon as Garrett Cole heard that bat, that's not a good sign for a pitcher. But it's even better when his teammate picks you up.
And so it's up to Freddie Freeman.
I mean, that's an 82-mile-an-hour backdoor breaking ball that he absolutely melts. It is just incredible to watch this power unleash itself. I mean, left field, center field, right field, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I tell you, if you close your eyes and just watch the ball flight, and how about pops? Let's go. Oh, look, Chris, if you just watch him take batting practice far enough back where you can't tell if it's a left-hander or a right-hander, when he starts to work the ball out of the yard to the opposite field, it looks like and it sounds like it's coming off the bat of a right-handed power hitter. I mean, how about this? Opposite field home run leaders by left-handers. Nick Kurtz, top of the list.
This is ridiculous stuff that we are witnessing night in and night out. As Rooker fouls it away. Remember last year how we were sometimes unable to find words to describe Mason Miller's dominance? It is in that exact same breath for Kurtz and what he's been able to do in his rookie season here in 2025.
Well, I was talking to Blummer, Jeff Blum, Astros color analyst, just before the ball game, and we were talking about Oppo Pop. And he even remarked, he said the same thing that I just said. He said it feels like at times the ball coming off his bat looks like it's reserved for a right-handed hitter. And then no sooner did I look over there.
Bouncing ball up the middle, moving over is short. Sidearm throw to first, and that will retire the side. But Kurtz hits his 20th home run of the year, and guess what? It's to the backside in a big, loud way. The A's add 2 more and lead 5-0. Well, the A's have already matched their 5-run total from last night here tonight after a 2-run home run by Kurtz. They lead 5-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. And they've given Springs some run support in Springs' first career start against Houston. You have to turn the clocks back all the way back to May the 2nd of 2021, where Springs was with the Rays.
Springs on a string. That's exactly what that changeup is. I feel like there's a slight fabric of DNA that extends from the hand to the baseball with Jeffrey Springs. You're watching him just manipulate that thing at will.
Dallas, do you think that there's any sense for this team after being swept by the Rangers? In some ways, there were some frustrating plays that took place. They took that anger into this series against Houston.
Well, as a competitor, you get frustrated when you're not executing. And when you're not doing the little things that you know you just have to do to play a clean game, a clean brand of baseball, which is what you're trying to do, you almost have that moment where you just say to yourself, what just happened over these last 72 hours? Just, we can't let that continue to happen. We all agree? Yes. And I know folks at home are thinking, well, does that really happen? Do you get together and have well, to an extent, you have those team meetings that we know have occurred throughout the season. But there's really no need to have to bring the room up and discuss things like that. They're professionals. They know what's at stake. They know what they need to do. And it's ball games like this that make you feel good about being able to get back to the brand of ball that you know you can play.
So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Christian Walker, who struck out swinging back in the second. Springs at 57 pitches. Altuve on first. Soderstrom holds him on. And the 2-2 home. Walker is caught looking on a changeup at the bottom of the zone. He's not happy with Scott Berry, has a few words and heads back to his dugout. And maybe a few more.
Well, he went down his first at bat, flailing at the changeup. Can't pull the trigger on this one, but it doesn't matter. Scott Berry saw it for a strike. And Christian Walker is going to agree to disagree.
Bouncing ball to short. Wilson grabs it, flips to the covering Schumann at second, and that will retire the side. 9-0, the A's lead. They're looking for more. So Jacob Wilson to lead off the 5th. The A's up 9-0 in game 2 of this 4-game series against Houston. First pitch high from Hernandez, 1 ball and no strikes. Pitch in, now 2-0. Wilson ahead in the count, and Hernandez to the plate is a big swing and miss, 2-1. It's an interesting setup.
Well, he's extreme third base side.
2-1, pokes the bat head out, goes foul.
And you're seeing him create a little torque. You see him in the way the angle of that back foot is, almost at a 45-degree angle there. And it looks like what he's doing is really trying to leverage, you know, the front side of that anchor. And when I say anchor, I'm talking about that back foot and the front side of it. So the ball of his right foot is where he's really trying to sink into and drive off of.
Strikes out Wilson swinging.
The bases. A uniform trip around the bases.
3-2, and Alvarado battles back, striking out Hummel with a fastball at 100.
Alvarado, aka the weapon in waiting, and you can see why. And I think what we've seen in him, even in this shot right here, just the head of Alvarado, how still it is.
Houston's had to employ a few different guys from the minor league. Shea Whitcomb back up from the AAA club. They added another player to their AAA ranks here today by claiming Logan Davidson.
Yeah.
Off waivers from the Athletics. So Logan Davidson is now an Astro. Whitcomb fouls it away. Now 2-1.
And remember all the injuries that we have discussed with the Astros. You know, they're looking for help.
And for a guy that can play all 7 defensive spots behind the pitcher, that might help. Bouncing ball to first. Soderstrom moves over and will step on the bag. Alvarado, a 1-2-3 inning of relief. Through 7, it's 10-2. Across A's lore, there's been no shortage of rookie power, whether it was Jose Canseco in '86. How about Mark McGwire in '87? Giambi in '95. Or Yoenis Cespedes in 2012. They've added a new one here in 2025, and it is that man, Nick Kurtz. The power that he possesses, his ability to go to all fields, we've seen it on full display tonight as he has contributed so much in this 10-2 game.
Well, his dad's getting a good shoulder work coming into tonight. Good for 4th. He now sits at 21. His 38 extra base hits have him tied for 5th, again coming into tonight. And the average, as we're watching it climb, was at 288 coming into tonight's affair. That was tied for 8th. And when you think about this, anyone with more extra base hits than Nick Kurtz has at least 148 more plate appearances than he does. I mean, it's incredible. It really is.
Other players are starting to take notice as well.
Well, and I think what other players have done, and some of those numbers are also why you're paying attention.
2-2. And there's the perfect example. Slow and then slower.
Jack Flaherty threw that curveball more than he has any other start in his career. Game 5 against the Mets. Torres at first, a leadoff single. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Soto. Flaherty throws and Soto takes ball 3. And there's the Soto shuffle. Some of the best theater in baseball as well, watching this guy. You can't help but watch him and smile. I'm sure it'd be different if you were a pitcher facing him, but I just love watching this guy. You talk about fearlessness, conviction, intensity in that batter's box. It's rubbed off on this whole team.
He's so good, though, with 2 strikes. He spreads out. He doesn't use his legs. He trusts his hands, and he could still hit for power with 2 strikes.
Bounces this one towards the middle. Edman to the bag. Running throw for a double play. But Tommy Edman has been busy so far in this game.
Well, they've had him placed perfectly behind the bag. Both balls that were hit up the middle. Got a Dodger player there to take care of it.
Dodgers have been the most effective shifting team in baseball in recent years. And the data wins them one right there. So they get the bases empty ahead of Judge, who swings and misses at a first pitch fastball. On an 0-1. Swings and misses again. There have been way more swing and miss, way more chase in this postseason than you're used to seeing from Judge.
And you know they're talking to him about it after every single game. That's what the postseason can do. And you've got to clear your head and be the beast you were in the postseason, in the regular season, and know that you're going to win every matchup. Right now, the pitchers have had an advantage over them.
Oh-2, Judge pokes it foul. Flaherty struck him out in a breaking ball the first time. 32 years old in his 9th season, finally in the Fall Classic. Another 0-2 from Jack Flaherty. On a 1-2, Judge swings and misses.
Back here at Dodger Stadium with Dodgers manager Dave Roberts. Dave, Jack Flaherty, 3 scoreless innings. What do you like most about what you've seen so far?
I think just the pitch execution. I think the stuff is really good. You know, he mentioned the last game that the game sped up a little bit on him. I think right now he's really in complete control. Made a big pitch to Soto right there. I think the spin's good. I think the fastball is playing up. So right now I feel good about where he's at. Even the pitch count's right where it needs to be.
Freddie Freeman, what was your reaction seeing him leg out that triple?
Yeah, you know, I'll take 90 feet every time I can get it, but I would have sort of been content with the stand-up double, but he's a baseball player. He
at the knees to get him. 2 out. Earlier today, as part of the Fall Classic Legacy Initiative, MLB and the Dodgers hosted a special event at Clifford Elementary School where funds will go towards renovating an outdoor reading space. You can go to MLBtogether.com to learn more. 2 up, 2 down in this 8th inning. Anthony Volpe, the hitter. The Dodgers in the bottom of the 8th, 9-1-2 coming up. Edman, Ohtani, and Betts. There's nobody warming in that Yankees bullpen.